go.
We think about the challenges, come up with the technologies, and push the bounds of the science.
4, 3.
The more ways that we can send humans into space, the better it is for our country and for the planet.
Ready to get to work.
What an amazing view.
From the International Space Station.
Wow.
Liftoff.
Working on go.
Spaceflight is a beautiful symbol of humanity.
America has launched. Reach for these lofty goals, work hard, and look what you can accomplish.
Hello, everyone, and thanks for joining our ongoing coverage of the NASA SpaceX Crew-12 mission. I'm Jessie Anderson, a Senior Production and Engineering Manager here at SpaceX, and I'm joined by Sandra Jones with NASA Communications. We are just under a couple hours away from the final approach of docking of Dragon to the International Space Station. This will be Dragon's 50th visit to the space station, both cargo and crew missions, and its 20th human spaceflight overall.
Looking back over the last 30-plus hours, launch day preparation started yesterday for our crew members. About 4 hours prior to launch, the crew completed their final medical checks before joining the SpaceX team to get into their spacesuits. After suit up in the NASA Operations and Checkout building, the crew walked out, waving some final farewells to their family and friends waiting outside. The next destination for the crew was the launch pad. It was a short ride to Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida, where the Falcon 9 and Dragon spacecraft were waiting for them. 2.5 hours prior to launch, the crew ingressed or entered Dragon, walking over the crew access arm and enjoying some last views of the Space Coast, heading into the White Room and into the spacecraft.
At 2:15 a.m. Pacific time or 5:15 a.m. Eastern, the 9 Merlin 1D engines ignited and Falcon 9 lifted off from Space Launch Complex 40, beginning Crew-12's journey to the International Space Station. Following stage separation, the first stage booster supporting the mission performed a boost back burn to bring itself back to the launch site, where it landed at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station on landing zone 40. A couple minutes after that, we had a good orbit insertion of Dragon, followed by a few minutes later by spacecraft separation. And we are currently waiting for the approach initiation burn coming up as our next milestone. But there have been a few burns already that have brought Crew-12 to where they are currently in their journey at this moment.
About 45 minutes after liftoff, Dragon executed the first major burn, known as the phase burn, which is performed at the first apogee, or the highest point of the initial orbit, and raises Dragon's perigee, or lowest point, to a higher altitude. This was the first of 5 major burns using the Draco thrusters required to raise Dragon's orbit and position it for approach to the International Space Station.
Then earlier today, that sequence of rendezvous and phasing burns continued as Dragon executed the boost burn at 4:13 a.m. Pacific time, 7:13 a.m. Eastern. The boost burn put the crew where Dragon's apogee, or the highest point of the orbit, was 10 kilometers lower than the station. But raising only the apogee of Dragon's orbit isn't enough for a rendezvous where we want to dock. Before we can approach the station, we need Dragon's entire orbit, not just that highest point, to be effectively shadowing the space station.
We have you loud and clear as well. Houston, Dragon on the big loop. How do you read?
Dragon, this is Houston. Good day. Hope you guys are well. Have you loud and clear.
We have you the same. Dragon on the big loop. How do you hear?
It is great to hear your voice. Hear you loud and clear, and I see you from the cupola.
We've got you loud and clear as well, Chris. We were incredibly excited to see the ISS through our docking port window before we even started getting suited, so can't wait to see you, buddy.
You too. Really looking forward to seeing you guys here.
Those were some comms between the Crew-12 crew and the folks on board the International Space Station, as well as the core, which we were seeing there in Mission Control. Dragon executed the close burn at 4:59 a.m. Pacific time, 7:59 a.m. Eastern, which was about a half an orbit after its boost burn.
The close burn placed Dragon on an orbit roughly co-elliptical with the space station, meaning it was maintaining an orbit roughly 10 kilometers lower than the space station the entire way around the Earth. And again, that's in contrast to only being 10 kilometers lower than the station during Dragon's apogee, or the highest point in its orbit, which is achieved by the boost burn beforehand. Hours later, at 6:41 a.m. Pacific, 9:41 a.m. Eastern, Dragon executed the fourth major burn, known as the transfer burn. This is where Dragon raises its apogee, or highest point of its orbit, to just 2.5 kilometers lower than the space station.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. Ground is go for approach initiation and has enabled the maneuver. Expected maneuver start time is approximately 1833.
On 833 for AI.
Again, seeing the core there on your screen, communicating with the Crew-12 crew. Dragon then rounded everything out with a final co-elliptic burn at 7:27 a.m. Pacific, 10:27 a.m. Eastern time to once again maintain a constant orbit lower than the station, this time just 2.5 kilometers below. This was a shorter burn lasting about 41 seconds. And then after that, Dragon performed a out-of-plane burn to fully align its orbital track to match that of the space stations. That burn took place at 9:59 a.m. Pacific, 12:59 p.m. Eastern time.
As we enter the approach phase, SpaceX flight controllers will work in tandem with the NASA team in Houston to maneuver Dragon to the proper attitude. They will initialize the navigation sensors used for the methodical approach to space station, and they'll also activate and test out a number of systems on Dragon, including bidirectional communications with the station using the C2V2 system. C2V2 stands for Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles, and it sets up a data stream from Dragon to the station, giving another path for Dragon telemetry to come to the ground, and gives additional command capability to astronauts aboard the station.
Looking a little ahead at approximately 10:39 a.m. Pacific, 1:39 p.m. Eastern time, Dragon's Draco thrusters will fire for the approach initiation burn. This will take place when Dragon is about 2.5 kilometers below station and about 7 kilometers behind it. The approach initiation burn will bring Dragon about 400 meters or a quarter of a mile directly below the station. A small approach initiation mid-course burn is planned for about 25 minutes later. These maneuvers will also move Dragon inside one of two checkpoints around the station that requires a set of go-no-go poles with the different control teams. First checkpoint is called the approach ellipsoid, or as you might hear it called, the AE. The approach ellipsoid is an imaginary shape measuring 4 by 2 by 2 kilometers, and it's essentially a large three-dimensional oval. Before controllers given Dragon permission to move inside the approach ellipsoid, the spacecraft will be on what is known a 24-hour safe trajectory. This means that if Dragon lost all control to its thrusters, it would be at least 24 hours before its trajectory would move inside that approach ellipsoid.
Once Dragon arrives at 400 meters below station, it will be at what is known as waypoint 0, and that will be the first checkpoint during our approach. The spacecraft can hold here at 400 meters, but if all of its systems check out, Dragon can continue its approach to waypoint 1. Dragon's move from waypoint 0 to waypoint 1 will swing it up and over top of the station, arriving at a distance of approximately 220 meters. At this point, it will be on what we call the docking axis, which essentially means it is directly in front of the space-facing docking port on the space station's Harmony module. Just before arriving at waypoint 0,
SpaceX, Dragon on Dragon ground. We're in 4.010, reporting successful intercom checks in step 5.2.
SpaceX copies. Good intercom checks. That's complete with 5.2.
And those communications up to NASA astronaut Chris Williams, who is going to be prime for docking today. We are targeting an approach initiation burn at 10:33 a.m. Pacific, so now just about 9 minutes from now. But before that, crew has to arrive at waypoint 0, and before they arrive at waypoint 0, the NASA and SpaceX teams will conduct a go, no-go poll for Dragon to move inside the keep-out sphere, which is another checkpoint that consists of an imaginary sphere around station with a radius of 200 meters. Flight controllers use this to monitor all arriving and departing vehicles, and this is another chance to confirm all of the guidance, navigation, and control systems are working correctly on Dragon before moving closer to station. It carries a similar...
SpaceX, Dragon on, Dragon to ground. We are complete with 4.010 and proceeding to 4.011.
SpaceX copies 4.010 is complete. You are go to open 4.011 and hold in 1.1. We will follow up on this procedure after approach initiation.
We will...
Dragon copies. We are holding on step 1 of 4.011.
We will continue to hear communications from the ground up to the crew on space station, as well inside Dragon, Freedom, leading up to their docking as well as after. So we will pause when we hear those communications and relay what we're hearing on the loops to you all. But just jumping back into today's operations, a similar requirement is required on the orbital trajectory that if Dragon were to somehow lose control of all of its thrusters, and it and the space station would both be safe for 4 orbits or about 6 hours, rather than that 24 hours required to enter the approach ellipsoid.
And once Dragon has approval to move inside the keep-out sphere, it will move from waypoint 1 in toward waypoint 2, which is just 20 meters away from station. Once Dragon is only 20 meters away at waypoint 2, the spacecraft focuses on aligning its docking system with the International Docking Adapter. Now we may hear the call-out CHOP, which stands for Crew Hands-Off Point. This happens a little less than 30 seconds before docking, when Dragon is just a few meters from the docking port. At this point, any aborts will have to be done automatically by Dragon. And the grand arrival, when our crew arrives at the space station, Dragon will fly in and make contact with the IDA, or the International Docking Adapter, giving us what we call a soft capture. The soft capture ring then retracts until sensors indicate it's time for 12 hooks to drive in place to give us a hard capture and firmly secure Dragon to its new home on the space station.
Once hard capture is confirmed, the space station crew, namely NASA astronaut Chris Williams, will manually pressurize the vestibule, or the area between the Dragon hatch and the space station hatch. Meanwhile, umbilicals that provide power, audio, and data connections from the station to Dragon are put in place. Then it's time for leak checks and hatch opening, which is currently timelined to come a little more than 2 hours following docking. Now, we did hear some communications back and forth on what is referred to as the big loop. And now that the big loop is configured, it is essentially, as the name suggests, one large loop between the crew on the International Space Station, the crew on Dragon Freedom approaching for docking, as well as ground control teams, both in Mission Control Houston, as well as here in Hawthorne. And it just creates a singular point for them all to communicate with each other and make sure that they're on track leading up to docking today, targeted for 12:12 p.m. Pacific time.
And we are a little bit ahead of schedule, so that approach initiation burn is actually coming up in just less than 5 minutes at 10:33 a.m. Pacific time. So just a few minutes away from that approach initiation burn, as we've been talking about.
And on your screen there on the right is Mission Control Houston in Houston, Texas. The team there is going to continue to monitor operations this morning on a variety of consoles. Of course, we have the flight director who oversees the entire room, but there are other flight controllers, including VVO, or the visiting vehicle officer, who will help monitor Dragon systems alongside the team here in Hawthorne. We also have Cronus, who is responsible for the cameras outside Space Station. So hopefully we'll be able to get some great views of Dragon approaching as it gets a little bit closer to the International Space Station. Dragon is now about 8,700 meters away from the space station, so still a bit away, but of course that will get smaller and smaller as we target an on-time docking today at 12:12 p.m. Pacific.
And the Crew-12 crew has been coasting along in Dragon for about 32 hours or so now. And during their coast phase all the way to the International Space Station, they actually don't need to be in their suits, so they were able to relax outside of their suits. But right now, they are suited up. They are strapped in, harnessed into their seats. They do need to wear their suits for the docking portion of their flight. And this is just to make sure that they have the protection of the suits in the off-nominal case of a cabin depressurization. And there you can see on your screen, this is a view from the International Space Station looking at that tiny dot, which is Dragon Freedom with Crew-12 on board.
And Crew-12 is comprised of 2 NASA astronauts, an ESA astronaut, and a Roscosmos cosmonaut. Those NASA astronauts are NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. This will be her second flight to the International Space Station, as well as NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway. It will be his very first. And then for ESA, we have European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adino, her first flight as well. And for Roscosmos, Andrei Fedyaev, this is his second flight to the International Space Station, and he is actually the first cosmonaut to fly in Dragon twice, and he's one of only a select few that have flown in Dragon more than once. That includes a couple private astronauts, including our NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, Michael Lopez Alegria, as well as Peggy Whitson. We are approaching 2 minutes until the approach initiation burn this morning.
And on the bottom of your screen, you can now see some graphics there. On your left-hand side should show the thrusters on Dragon, and that approach initiation burn is coming up. So you might be able to actually see it there live on your screen, but you can also follow along with the thrusters on that graphic to show which thrusters are actually firing at any moment.
Standing by for approach initiation burn, now 1 minute out.
And also on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you can also see the range. This is about how far Dragon is from the International Space Station, as well as the rate of approach in meters per second there. So you can see how fast Dragon is moving. And it's going to look very slow and slight on your screen just because of the perspective of the International Space Station to Dragon, but both vehicles are going about 17,500 miles per hour right now around Earth, which is pretty fast.
It's so fast, in fact, that the International Space Station orbits the Earth 16 times a day, every 90 minutes.
Yeah, if you like sunsets and sunrises, you get a lot of those.
We are standing by for AI start.
It is a little bright on your screen. Dragon is still there. We're looking at Dragon from the International Space Station's view. And it's a little in the top part of your screen where it's a little bright, so hard to see Dragon, but it is there. And there now you can see those burns on the bottom left-hand of your screen on the graphic there. Does mean that the approach initiation burn has begun. There you can see Dragon in the middle of your screen, just a little bit better.
As well as some great views of Earth. The International Space Station and Dragon are currently flying over the South Atlantic.
And that graphic is a really cool view because you could see how all these different thrusters are working together. It's not just one thruster or two thrusters firing at all times. It's a few little bursts here and there to help align Dragon to where it needs to go as it's approaching the International Space Station and getting ready to approach and then align with the docking adapter eventually.
That's right. This burn will help swing Dragon up until about 400 meters above the International Space Station. Freedom is going to be docking to the Zenith port of Harmony this morning.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. Approach initiation maneuver complete. Nominal.
Heading copies. Nominal AI.
And again, as Sandra mentioned, the Dragon spacecraft is swinging itself up and over the International Space Station. It's going to be a very slow approach, but you could see the difference in the view that we have of Dragon. You're starting to see Earth in the background, but eventually Dragon will end up above the International Space Station.
So we did have confirmation that the AI burn wrapped up and completed as expected. So good news, that's another milestone as we approach docking targeted for 12:12 p.m. Pacific time. On board, the destination for Dragon Freedom is, of course, the International Space Station, and they're
Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground for suit leak checks.
SpaceX Dragon, go.
You are go to execute Section 1 of 4.011. When you complete Section 1, you can proceed into Section 2, but then we're going to hold. We're still about 5 minutes from being able to do the suit leak checks while we are still looking at the rest of the vehicle and making sure that we're good for approach.
Dragon copy. We've got to go for Section 1, and we'll hold in Section 2 while you guys finish up for about 5 minutes.
And that was communications with the core here in Hawthorne up to Crew Dragon Freedom, namely to the pilot, NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, as they continue to gear up for suit leak checks. In about 5 minutes from now, the crew is currently seated and suited up in their spacesuits. They will remain suited up all the way through this approach phase, as well as through docking as well to the International Space Station. And on board the International Space Station, there are currently 3 astronauts and cosmonauts. As part of Expedition 74, they are living and working and conducting groundbreaking science and research. Now, last month, we did have the return of Crew-11 back to Earth. But following Crew-12's arrival, the space station will have a total of 7 crew members on board and what we consider a standard crew complement.
And Crew-12 has been working in indirect handover with the Crew-11 crew on the ground and getting up to speed as much as possible ahead of their arrival to the space station.
This includes training on emergency procedures and the ins and outs of space station, but once they actually arrive on board, they will go through a more direct handover and training with NASA astronaut Chris Williams, who has been on the space station since November. These handovers between crews allow for continuity of the activities and helps to ensure a continuous U.S. presence on the space station, which we recently celebrated a major milestone of 25 years of continuous presence aboard the International Space station. So what that means is if you are younger than 25 years old, you have never known a moment in your life where there have not been humans living off the planet, which is an incredible feat. Continuing to get some good views of Dragon Freedom as it makes its approach to the space station. The next burn that we are looking ahead towards is the mid-course burn, which will be at the top of the hour at 11 a.m. Pacific time. And this mid-course burn is more of a fine-tuning burn to ensure that the trajectory of Dragon is right on line ahead of docking. Again, we are targeting docking at 12:12 p.m. Pacific time for Crew-12.
Dragon SpaceX for 4.011.
SpaceX, Dragon, go.
Ground is ready for suit leak checks, so you are go to start with step 2.1. Waiting for your call in 2.2, and then we'll give you a go.
Dragon copies. We'll get into 2.1 and give you a call, or 2.2.
Again, those were just some comms between the core and the Crew-12 crew. They are working through some very specific procedures that they're...
SpaceX Dragon, we're ready to pressurize in 2.2.
SpaceX copies. You are go for commanding in 2.3. Initiate suit leak check.
Dragon is initiating suit leak check.
Again, the crew is working through some procedures, and as you just heard, they are working through a suit leak check. This is just to make sure that they've got all their suits on, and they're just going to make sure that they have a good suit leak check in preparation for when they close their visors during the approach portion to the International Space Station. We are continuing to get some pretty cool views from the International Space Station looking at Dragon. That is Dragon Freedom with the Crew-12 crew still on board.
And as Dragon approaches, we will get a clearer and sharper image of Dragon Freedom, but you are starting to be able to make out the nose cone, which is open and has remained open since shortly after launch. And this helps to expose all the guidance.
Dragon SpaceX, looks like we're low on suit 3. Can we go ahead and halt the suit leak check and we'll try again?
It looks like we are in a brief period of handover between our satellites, and we'll regain views and communication with the crew here shortly. They are continuing to step through those procedures and leak checks, which again, they remain suited and seated all the way through the docking portion. And then once they dock to the International Space Station, they will be able to get out of their spacesuits and work through hatch opening procedures. NASA astronaut Chris Williams is going to be primed for hatch opening procedures on the space station side. And then following that, the crew will be able to float on board the International Space Station for...
Dragon SpaceX, for awareness, we're about to come up on a TDRS handover on Dragon to ground. This next TDRS pass will start at about 1849, that's 1849. At this time, I'll have crew execute step 2.8 to investigate suit 3, and we'll follow up for the next suit leak check at 1849.
All right, Dragon copy. You want us to execute the troubleshoot steps now, and we'll do another leak check after the TDRS pass at 1849.
Good readback. Talk to you then.
And those were just some comms. They are currently doing or performing suit leak checks. They did have a call that there was a low pressure on suit 3, and they are currently troubleshooting that. In about 5 minutes or so, we should hear they should be trying that suit leak check again, and we should be hearing those comms again for that procedure.
That's right. And while we wait for our next milestone, let's take a moment to meet our crew. In the commander's seat is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who spent a total of 205 days in space on her first space flight back in 2019 and was part of the first all-female spacewalks. She holds a biology degree from Brown University. Next to Meir is pilot Jack Hathaway, who's making his first flight to space. The Connecticut native earned bachelor's degrees in physics and history from the U.S. Naval Academy, and he has more than 2,500 flight hours in 30 types of aircraft and has flown 39 combat missions during several military operations.
Serving as a mission specialist is Sophie Adenau, representing the European Space Agency, or ESA. The French native studied engineering and specialized in spacecraft and aircraft flight dynamics during undergraduate work in France and received her master's degree from MIT. This will also be her first trip to space. Rounding out this crew is Roscosmos cosmonaut and mission specialist Andrei Fedyaev. As a major in the Russian Air Force, he's logged more than 500 hours in Russian aircraft. Back in 2023, he launched as a mission specialist as part of Crew-12, where he spent nearly 186 days aboard the International Space Station.
And that's a look at the crew that is currently aboard Crew Dragon Freedom as they look ahead towards docking at 12 p.m. Pacific time this afternoon. The crew did launch on Friday the 13th, just yesterday, and they did launch at 5:15 a.m. Eastern, 2:15 here in Pacific time. It was a beautiful launch from Space Launch Complex 40 in Florida.
Yeah, and the crew, again, as we were just mentioning, they were performing suit leak checks. They're still currently in that procedure. Again, they had a low pressurization in suit leak in suit 3, so they are troubleshooting that as we speak. And at the 10:49 minute mark, they're going to try that suit leak check one more time. And again, they do this to make sure that the suits are good and ready to go, that they don't have leaks while they're docking to the International Space Station. So we should see that coming up in about a couple minutes. And we're going to check in with our partner over there at NASA's Johnny Space Center, Leah Cheshire. How's it going, Leah?
Hi, good morning, or good afternoon, actually, here in Johnson Space Center. We're at the International Space Station Flight Control Room at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where everyone here is gearing up for this afternoon's docking and looking forward to having Crew-12 aboard the station soon. So Dragon's approach will be monitored both here on the ground and from the space station's cupola using special software to track the spacecraft's approach and making sure it stays in the expected zones. Now, once Dragon is docked, NASA astronaut Chris Williams will be primed to start hatch opening operations. He's going to start by opening the large hatch on Node 2 Zenith, which is where the spacecraft's docking today, and that'll give him access into the pressurized mating adapter. The crew will also pressurize the vestibule, and that's the small space between the hatch on Dragon and the space station. This area, of course, was previously exposed to vacuum prior to docking, so the crew will need to fill it with air and make sure its pressure is nearly equal with the atmospheric pressure on Dragon and on the station side. Williams will use a small valve on the station's hatch to slowly introduce air into that vestibule, while flight controllers here in Houston will monitor and verify the pressure readings to make sure that everything is leak-free before we get ready to open up the hatches. Today on console in Mission Control Houston, we have NASA Flight Director Brandon Lloyd and the Orbit 2 team on console. For Dragon's approach and docking, to the right of Lloyd is our Capcom, that's the capsule communicator, Jacob Lesarge. He is not speaking with the crew on Dragon, but is is instead talking with the crew aboard the station. We currently have 3 crew members living and working on the orbiting laboratory, and of course that's going to jump to 7 once the Crew-12 crew members arrive. Again, we're really excited to get those crew members aboard soon, and for now, that's the latest from here in Mission Control Houston. So I'll send it back over to Sandra and Jesse in Hawthorne.
Thanks, Leah. It's great to hear that everything is proceeding as expected over in Mission Control. We are looking ahead towards that AI mid-course burn 11 minutes from now at the top of the hour at 11 a.m. Pacific.
And again, we are just waiting for confirmation of that second suit leak check that the crew will be performing. Should be any minute now that we should start hearing comms about that. And coming up, once Dragon arrives at 400 meters.
Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground for suit leak checks.
Dragon's listening.
All right. Just want to confirm if you were able to step through all substeps of 2.8 for the suit openings and verified closed, and if you reported anything found.
We stepped through everything. It looked like my right glove may have had been only half a white tooth, but that's the only abnormality we found on all the zippers.
Okay, copy that. Looking at that zipper, just for my awareness, did we look at the umbilical at all, or the O-rings?
Yeah, we did. We looked at the umbilical, the O-rings looked good, all those connections looked good, and then we looked at the suit, the visor as well, and that seal looks decent.
Okay, copy. At that point, we're more than likely going to be ready to step into the next suit leak check. Standby 1 will get ready on the ground, and I'll give you a call. If you can go ahead and return to step 2.1 and give me a go when you guys are ready to pressurize, and we'll be giving you that go shortly.
Got it.
And then we heard the comms that they have been checking anything with the suit where there is a seal on the suit. So they sound.
SpaceX Dragon, we're ready to pressurize for suit leak check in 2.2.
All right, SpaceX copies on Dragon to ground. You are go for commanding. Initiate suit leak check.
Dragon.
And they are reperforming that suit leak check on pilot Jack Hathaway's suit. They did check the umbilicals, the O-rings, which are seals that help keep everything nice and tight and prevents leaks. Sounds like everything has checked out well so far. Potentially the glove zipper may have just not been closed all the way. So they're reperforming that suit leak check to see if we can get a good pressurization on Jack Hathaway's suit.
And coming up here shortly, once Dragon arrives at 400 meters below space station, it will be at what is known as Waypoint 0, and that will be the first checkpoint during our approach. The spacecraft can hold here at 400 meters, but if all of its systems check out, Dragon can continue its approach to Waypoint 1. Dragon's move from Waypoint 0 to Waypoint 1 will swing it up and over top of the space station, arriving at a distance of approximately 220 meters. At this point, it will be on what we call the docking axis, which is essentially directly in front of the docking port. The crew are headed to the Zenith port on space station, which is the port that is facing space. Dragon has docked to Node 2, also known as Harmony, for all of our crewed missions so far, because that's where both international docking adapters are located.
And we did get confirmation that we did get a good suit leak check on Jack Hathaway's suit, so great news. Once Dragon is only 20 meters at Waypoint 2, the spacecraft focuses on aligning its docking system with the International Docking Adapter. We may hear the call-out CHOP, which stands for Crew Hands Off Point, a little less than 30 seconds before docking, and at this point, any aborts will have to be done automatically by Dragon.
And then the moment we've all been waiting for, the grand arrival, when our crew arrives at the International Space Station. Dragon will fly in and make contact with that IDA, giving us what we call soft capture. The soft capture ring then retracts until sensors indicate it's time for 12 hooks to drive in place to give us a hard capture and firmly secure Dragon to its new home on the space station. The station crew, namely NASA astronaut Chris Williams, will then manually pressurize the vestibule, or the area between the Dragon hatch and the station hatch. Meanwhile, umbilicals that provide power, audio, and data connections from the station to Dragon are put in place. Then it's time for leak checks and hatch opening, which is currently timelined to come a little more than 2 hours following docking.
Yeah, we are just about an hour and 15 minutes or so from that expected docking time with the International Space Station. It's a little bit of a long process. They have been coasting for quite a while now, but I'm sure the crew is very excited to make it to the International Space Station.
SpaceX Dragon, 4 nominal seats.
SpaceX copies and concurs. Good news, Jack. We see 4 healthy suits.
And with that confirmation, we heard...
Great, yeah, we're just as happy about that as well, and that's the end of this procedure. Thanks.
SpaceX copies. Exiting 4.011. We'll go back to approach monitoring. Next event will be the mid-course maneuver coming up. Per your forward view, just about 4.5 minutes.
Dragon.
So again, we did get 4 good suit leak checks on board for Crew Dragon Freedom as we get closer to docking at targeted for 12:12 p.m. Pacific time today. Just before we lost views there, we did see Dragon on our screen briefly. From time to time, we do have handover between our satellites, and so we'll momentarily lose views and communications, but we will regain that here shortly.
Yeah, and we did have to reperform those suit leak checks, but we do have, even though they're following very specific procedures, we do make sure that there's time within the procedure to make sure that we have the time to do any troubleshooting that's needed. And we did have that time, and we're able to get some good suit leak checks and no changes to the schedule. Which is exactly why we make sure the timeline is what it is and allow some extra time for, some small off-nominal things to occur.
And the crew is in their spacesuits during what we call dynamic phases of flight. That includes the launch period, as well as when they are approaching the space station and docking to the International Space Station. And so leak checks are done during all of those phases of flight to ensure that the suit can pressurize if need be. And again, we did hear 4 good suit leak checks there. So our crew is well on their way to the International Space Station following their launch from Florida yesterday on Friday the 13th. And we do have views there of our screen. You might see some lights on Dragon. Those red and green lights, they actually indicate the direction of Dragon. So the red is the port side of Dragon, and the green is the starboard side. The white light is the top of Dragon, and the yellow is on bottom. And all of those are exposed because the nose cone is open, and as we discussed previously, that does hold all of the docking equipment and navigational sensors as Dragon continues its approach to the International Space Station. So we are standing by for the mid-course maneuver. That's the next burn that we're targeting about 3 minutes from now at 11 a.m. Pacific. And we have been talking about those spacesuits and the leak checks that just were completed. The suit's primary function is to protect the crew in the event of a cabin depressurization. If that were to occur, the suit would inflate to provide a habitat environment that the crew can live and work in long enough for the crew to return home. The flame-resistant materials on the outer layer also protect the crew in the event of a fire. The spacesuits are a custom-tailored single-piece suit, and this means that the helmet, gloves, and boots all remain attached. The helmet is made from 3D printed nylon and has a visor that pivots open, and the quick disconnect, or QD, on the right thigh mates to an umbilical on the seat. This provides air for ventilation, oxygen, nitrox for pressurization, and allows for the electronics to be connected all from a single location on the suit. A tubing network inside the suit delivers air to the neck and limbs to keep the crew cool while wearing the suit. The suit's communication system consists of helmet-mounted microphones and in-ear speakers, and it takes less than 15 minutes to put on the suit. This new IVA suit design debuted during the Crew-12 mission, and it was worn by NASA astronaut Mike Fink. And there we have in cabin views of our crew in their spacesuits in the new IVA suit, which is designed to incorporate changes developed for the Polaris Dawn mission, which had a extravehicular activity or spacewalk. This new IVA suit design removes the inseam zipper in favor of the EVA suit's spiral zipper design in the suit's torso, which allows the suit to split into an upper and lower half and makes donning and doffing or taking off and putting on the spacesuit easier for the crew. The new IVA suit brings all the soft goods joints from the EVA suit into the IVA suit as well, improves the upper arm, elbow, and wrist mobility. So this new design will ultimately help SpaceX scale suit production and aid their ability to manufacture spacesuits in the numbers needed in their goal to make life planetary. So we are standing by for the AI mid-course burn that is now in progress. Again, that mid-course burn is now underway, getting some views inside the spacecraft here.
And Dragon is fully autonomous, so you do see those displays there right in front of them. But as you can tell, they're not doing too much because all they're doing is monitoring. They can see what Dragon is doing as they're approaching the International Space Station. But Dragon is flying them autonomously and performing these maneuvers on its own. Again, we are waiting for that mid-course maneuver burn to begin.
And we did hear confirmation that the mid-course burn has begun, so that burn is in progress.
And again, you can see on your screen, this is a view from the International Space Station looking at Dragon. As you saw earlier, just about 10 or 15 minutes ago, you could see Earth in the background, but now Dragon, as we've been mentioning, is swinging up and over the International Space Station, and that's why you see only space in the background of that view. So this is a view inside of Dragon Freedom's cabin.
Dragon SpaceX on the Big Loop, mid-course maneuver complete, trajectory converged on waypoint 0.
Dragon copy.
Great news, that mid-course maneuver burn is now complete.
And so we are just an hour and some change away from docking. Again, we're targeting 12 p.m. Pacific time for today's docking to the Zenith port of the International Space Station. We are getting views back inside Dragon Freedom. On the left of your screen there is the commander of Freedom. That is NASA astronaut Jessica Meir. This is her second space flight. And to her right is NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway. He's the pilot of Dragon today, and this is his very first flight in space. You can't see them on your screen there, but to the left of Jessica is ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno, and then to the right is Roscosmos cosmonaut Andrei Fedyaev. This is his second flight to the International Space Station, and we mentioned it before, but he's the first cosmonaut to fly inside Dragon twice.
Now we got to get them some frequent flyer passes.
Yes, he joins the club of a few others that have flown in Dragon more than once. That includes NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, Michael Lopez Alegria, and Peggy Whitson. And we have been checking in from here in Hawthorne, but over in Mission Control Houston, the team is working through a poll as we speak for the go, no-go to continue to approach the International Space Station. The team in Mission Control does a variety of polls as we approach docking, and this happens ahead of launch and any dynamic phases in flight to ensure that all the systems are go, all the...
Again, with a question.
SpaceX here on Dragon to ground.
SpaceX Dragon timeline. Can you give us a new planned docking time? The updated docking time?
Affirm, standby 1.
And so the ground is going to take a look at if the docking time has adjusted at all following the burns that we have been covering this morning. That happens as the trajectory gets aligned ahead of docking. We were targeting a 12 p.m. Pacific time docking, but we'll stand by to hear if that has changed and been adjusted based off of the burn that was just completed.
Dragon SpaceX for expected docking time.
Ready to copy.
All right, on Dragon to ground, expected time is about 2011. That's 2011.
2011. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
And with that call out, we do have an updated targeted docking time. It is now 12:11 p.m. Pacific for Dragon Freedom to arrive to the Zenith port of the International Space Station and complete its docking. Again, we're targeting 12:11 p.m. Pacific time for docking. So we'll continue to provide updates as we lead up to docking today at 12:11 p.m. Pacific. To take a look back, though, about 45 minutes after liftoff, Dragon executed a phase burn at 3:02 a.m. Pacific, 6:02 a.m. Eastern, to begin fine-tuning its orbit ahead of approach to the International Space Station. Dragon then performed the boost burn at 4:13 a.m. Pacific, or 8:13 a.m. Eastern. This is the first of several major burns required to raise Dragon's orbit and position it for approach to the International Space Station. The boost burn put Crew in an orbit where Dragon's apogee, or highest point, is 10 kilometers lower than the space station. But before we can approach the space station, we need Dragon's entire orbit, not just the highest point, to be effectively shadowing the space station. So after that, the close burn at 4:59 a.m. Pacific occurred. That was at 8:59 a.m. Eastern.
The close burn placed Dragon on an orbit roughly co-elliptic with the space station, meaning that it was maintaining an orbit roughly 10 kilometers lower than the station the entire way around the Earth. And again, that's in contrast to only being 10 kilometers lower than the station during Dragon's apogee, or the highest point of its orbit, which was achieved by the boost burn beforehand.
And from there, at 6:41 a.m. Pacific, 9:41 a.m. Eastern, we executed the third major maneuver known as the transfer burn. And this is where we raised Dragon's apogee, or highest point of its orbit, to just 2.5 kilometers lower than space station. Then we rounded everything out with a final co-elliptic burn at 7:27 a.m. Pacific, 10:27 a.m. Eastern, to once again maintain a constant orbit lower than the station, this time just 2.5 kilometers below. And this was a shorter burn lasting just over 30 seconds. We then had the approach initiation burn, which began the final stages of Dragon's rendezvous with the space station. This is also when we started integrated operations between the Dragon control team here in Hawthorne and the space station flight control in Mission Control Houston. The teams entered integrated operations prior to the approach initiation occurring.
During the approach, SpaceX's flight controllers work in tandem with the NASA team in Houston to maneuver Dragon to the proper attitude and initialize the navigation sensors used for the methodical approach to station. They also activated and tested out a number of systems on Dragon, including bidirectional communications with the station using the C2V2 system. C2V2 stands for Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles. It sets up a data stream from Dragon to the station, giving another path for Dragon telemetry to come to the ground and giving an additional command capability to astronauts aboard the station.
The NASA and SpaceX teams did a go-no-go poll to move Dragon inside the keep-out sphere, which is another checkpoint that consists of an imaginary sphere around station with a radius of 200 meters. Flight controllers use this to monitor all arriving and departing spacecraft, and this is another chance to confirm all of the guidance, navigation, and control systems are working correctly on Dragon before.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. Ground is go for approach 0 and will be enabling the maneuver shortly. Expected approach 0 start at 1921 Zulu. That's 1921 Zulu. Reminder that Dragon will nominally continue approach through waypoint 1 towards waypoint 2.
Go for approach 0, 1921.
And with that poll now wrapped up, we are go for approach to waypoint 0. This poll is another chance to confirm all the guidance, navigation, and control systems are working correctly on Dragon before moving closer to station. And it carries a similar requirement on the orbital trajectory that if Dragon were to somehow lose control of its thrusters, it and the space station would be safe for 4 orbits, or about 6 hours, rather than the 24 hours required to enter the approach ellipsoid.
Once Dragon arrives at 400 meters below station, it will be at what is known as waypoint 0 and will be the first checkpoint during our approach. The vehicle can hold here at 400 meters, but if all systems check out, which we heard that we may pass through straight through and continue to approach waypoint 1.
Dragon's move from waypoint 0 to waypoint 1 will swing it up and out on top of the space station, arriving at a distance of approximately 220 meters. At this point, it will be on what we call the docking axis, which essentially means it is directly in front of the docking port. The crew are headed to the zenith or space-facing port on Station 2. Dragon has docked to Node 2, also known as Harmony, for all of the crewed missions so far, because that's where both international docking adapters are located.
Station, this is Houston on the big loop. Expect to start monitoring Dragon in approximately 45 minutes for Node 2 Zenith. Additionally, for Chris, we're seeing that the RPOP information is likely no joy, so you'll likely be PCS and potentially centerline camera only for approach monitoring.
Station copies all. Begin monitoring in 45 minutes, and I see the same on the RPOP display, and copy centerline approach camera and PCS only.
Houston copies. That's a good readback.
And those communications from the ground up to NASA astronaut Chris Williams, who is going to be monitoring today's docking and approach of Dragon Freedom. You heard some communications about the RPOP. This is the Rendezvous and Proximity Operations Situational Awareness Tool. That doesn't seem to be working today, but no issue. Chris Williams is going to continue to be able to monitor Dragon's approach to the zenith port of the International Space Station today. We're targeting a docking at approximately 12:11 p.m. Pacific time today.
And once Dragon is only 20 meters at waypoint 2, the spacecraft focuses on aligning its docking system with the International Docking Adapter. And again, we may hear the call-out CHOP, which stands for Crew Hands-Off Point, a little less than 30 seconds before docking. At this point, any aborts will have to be done automatically by Dragon itself.
And finally, we will have the arrival of Crew Dragon Freedom to the International Space Station. Dragon will fly in and make contact with the IDA, giving us what we call soft capture. The soft capture ring then retracts until sensors indicate it's time for 12 hooks to drive in place to give us a hard capture and firmly secure Dragon to its new home on the space station. The station crew, namely NASA astronaut Chris Williams, will work to manually pressurize the vestibule or the area between the Dragon hatch and the space station hatch. Meanwhile, umbilicals that provide power, audio, and data connections from the space station to Dragon are put in place. Then it's time for leak checks and hatch opening, which is currently timelined to come a little more than 2 hours following docking.
Again, you can see the graphic on your screen. Dragon approached from below the International Space Station and has now swung up and is pretty much above the International Space Station as we're getting closer and closer to docking, which is just under an hour from now.
And a short time ago, we did execute the mid-course maneuver, which again is done about halfway from our starting point of approach initiation to waypoint 0. It's a small burn just to fine-tune our approach to ensure we're targeting a precise point 400 meters directly above the space station.
Once Dragon arrives at 400 meters below station, it will be at what is known as waypoint 0 and will be the first checkpoint during our approach. The vehicle can hold here if necessary at 400 meters, but if all systems check out, it can continue to approach the waypoint 1. We're about 100 meters away from waypoint 0. And again, you're looking at a view from Dragon now, looking forward to the International Space Station.
SpaceX Dragon on Dragon to ground.
SpaceX ready to copy, Dragon to ground.
Just a question, you guys are running our cooling. Is it any chance that we can make it a little bit cooler in here for the rest of the rendezvous, or do we set it to full cold right now?
SpaceX copies. Right now we're already in full hex, so I think the current temperature we're going to proceed with through docking. How copy?
Copy. We're up with that. Thank you, sir.
Just some comms between the core and the crew, asking for it to be a little bit cooler. Now they are in their suits, so it does get a little bit warmer, but the suits do have air flowing through them, almost like a portable AC or personal AC system for them. But it sounds like they're going to maintain the temperature in the cabin for the crew all the way through docking. But it sounds like the crew is okay with that. And on the bottom of your screen, you can see two key numbers. On the right-hand bottom corner, you'll see the range. That's the distance from Dragon to the space station. And the rate is how fast that distance is closing, so between Dragon and the International Space Station. As we get closer, that rate slows down and almost like easing into a parking spot in orbit. Dragon uses short bursts from its onboard Draco thrusters to fine-tune its movements. Now, when you see the small white bursts in the graphic on the bottom left-hand of your screen, that is the spacecraft precisely adjusting its position or speed as it approaches the station. Docking status refers to the physical connection between Dragon and the space station. And soft capture means the initial contact has been made and the docking ring has latched. Hard capture follows when a series of hooks and clamps fully secure the spacecraft to the station, and that's when we call the final docking to the International Space Station. Yeah, and we are getting closer and closer to that docking to the International Space Station, expected at 12:11 p.m. Pacific time today.
That's right. And when that happens, we actually have two astronauts that will be experiencing the International Space Station for their very first time. That is NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway, who is the pilot of Dragon Freedom, as well as ESA, or European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adeno. I'm so excited to see them on board for the very first time. They have been experiencing microgravity for the past 30 hours, a little over that, but once they're on space station, they'll really be able to spread out and get acquainted with their home for the next several months.
Yeah, we do have a diverse crew, so we have two people with some experience in space, probably helping out the space rookies on board, which is pretty cool. And again, we mentioned that Commander Jessica Meir, this is her second flight, but first flight on Dragon. And then our mission specialist, Andrei Fedyaev, it's actually his second flight on Dragon itself. He actually flew on Crew-12 previously, which is pretty cool.
That is. It seems like just yesterday.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yes. And so once they do dock, NASA astronaut Chris Williams, as we've been mentioning, is going to be primed for those hatch operations, as well as monitoring Dragon as it comes in for its approach. We're now less than an hour away from our approximate docking time today at 12:11 p.m. Pacific. But he'll be monitoring from the space station's cupola, also known as the window to the world. This is a contribution from the European Space Agency to the International Space Station and has a series of 6 windows where the crew can look out at the Earth below, as well as take incredible photography. And I've never experienced it myself, but I'm told it's one of the favorite hangout spots for the crew on board the space station, which you could imagine why.
Yeah, I think that's where I'd be hanging out if I was on the International Space Station. I believe it's also the 16th year for having that cupola on board the International Space Station as well.
That's right. It's actually a year of anniversaries. This is the 15th year of the Commercial Crew program since its startup, so congratulations to them on that. And then just recently, back in November of last year, the International Space Station completed a massive major milestone with 25 years of continuous human presence on board the space station.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible to have humans in space for that long, and it's so cool to be able to be a part of that.
And in that time, we've seen over 270 people fly to the International Space Station, as well as seen several private astronaut missions. So it is great to see that more people are having the opportunity to experience space and go to the International Space Station.
And what you're seeing on your screen is mission control here in Hawthorne, California at SpaceX. We are currently in between communications with the Dragon spacecraft. So once we do get some live views back, we will obviously share them as soon as we can. But so far, the Crew-12 crew is on Dragon Freedom. They are healthy and getting ready to approach the International Space Station. Again, docking is planned for 12:11 p.m. Pacific time today. Oh, perfect timing. Some live views there. And we are from the International Space Station looking at that bright dot in the center, top center of your screen. That is Dragon. We're going to check in with Mission Control Houston with NASA's Leah Cheshire. Leah, how's it going?
Thanks, Jesse and Sandra. We're doing great over here in Mission Control Houston and just heard that we have approached waypoint 0. As you can see, the thrusters on Dragon are firing from this view aboard the space station. Just off to the left of the screen, that's one of the International Space Station's solar arrays. As you can see on the bottom of your screen, you can keep up with the distance of Dragon from the space station, now 384 meters away. We are at waypoint 0. This is the first of one of these upcoming pauses. We will then move to waypoint 1, expecting that in about 30 minutes before flying into waypoint 2. We typically do a little hold at that point before flying in for contact and capture of Dragon to the zenith or space-facing port of the International Space Station. Dragon won't be the only Dragon aboard the space station right now. We also have SpaceX's 33rd commercial resupply mission still aboard the International Space Station. These continuous resupply missions help keep the crew stocked with all of their consumables, whether that be
Dragon
food
SpaceX
or
on
water.
the big loop. Approach 0 is in progress and trajectory has converged on waypoint 1.
Copy.
We are less than an hour from the arrival of Crew-12 to the International Space Station today, a mission that began yesterday morning at 5:15 a.m. Eastern Time, 4:15 a.m. Central. And it looks like we are coming into almost an orbital daytime for the International Space Station. As Jesse mentioned earlier, the space station is traveling at approximately 17,500 miles per hour around the Earth and sees 16 sunrises and sunsets a day. So what's happening now is they are crossing the Terminator line over the North Pacific Ocean, and that Terminator line is what differentiates between day and night when you are in space. Dragon is traveling equally as fast as the International Space Station, but also performing maneuvers very closely timed around the orbiting laboratory to keep its approach methodical, to keep it safe. We say slow and steady wins the race sometimes when it comes to two vehicles docking. Sandra also previously touched on this being the 25th year, which started last November, of human presence aboard the International Space Station. So just some fun facts about that time aboard. During that time, the International Space Station has traveled 4,361,970,010 miles around the Earth, and has had 1.5 million pounds of cargo delivered. That's, again, what keeps the space station going, with all of the consumables needed for the crew, as well as experiments that they've conducted aboard the space station. And of those experiments, we've seen over 4,000 research investigations conducted above the orbiting laboratory, making life better, not just in space and preparing us for future deep space missions to the Moon and Mars, but also improving life for us here on Earth. Those 4,000 research investigations have been conducted by over 5,000 researchers from over 110 countries. And in that time, we've seen over 270 spacewalks with over 1,700 hours logged outside the orbiting laboratory. Now, this view coming to you from inside the Dragon capsule itself, you're looking over the shoulders of Commander Jessica Meir and pilot Jack Hathaway. This is Meir's second flight to the space station, which looks big and beautiful in your screen right now, that view coming from Dragon itself. And this is Jack Hathaway's first flight to the orbiting lab. And if you look at the very top of the space station, top as in up toward the top of your screen, you'll see that other Dragon that's currently docked. Again, that's the Commercial Resupply 33 mission, SpaceX's 33rd commercial resupply mission to the space station. What you see in front of the crew are their crew displays. They're able to monitor the entire flight to the space station, and again, once they begin their journey home, not for several months from now, but they are suited and seated. We consider these dynamic operations. We also consider these integrated operations. So that big loop is established, allowing all of the parties at play here to communicate with each other. That includes the Capcom here in Mission Control Houston, the core at SpaceX, and both the crews aboard the International Space Station and aboard Dragon itself. Integrated operations also begin when we enter the approach ellipsoid, which we already discussed happened really close to the top of this broadcast, and we will remain in these integrated operations until the crew begins their departure from the space station, again, not for several months from now. During that time, they're going to stay busy working with the research aboard the space station, living and working aboard our orbiting laboratory. Back to these crew displays, of course, we mentioned that the crew has the option to monitor the spacecraft as they fly to their intended destination. They also have the capability to take over command if they needed to of Dragon, but the entirety of the flight is intended to be autonomous, and the crew steps back and monitors. This is a great view of the space station, and if you look closely on those solar arrays, those 8 large solar arrays, you'll see on top of some of them we have a smaller, what looks like second array, and that's what it is. It's the International Space Station Rollout Solar Array, also known as IROSA, helping to provide additional power to the International Space Station. Again, this view coming from Dragon to the space station. Of course, both spacecraft can see each other now. NASA astronaut Chris Williams will be monitoring Dragon's approach to the station from the cupola. As Sandra put it, the window to the world. We have 3 crew members living and working aboard the space station right now that arrived on the Soyuz MS-28 spacecraft. That includes Sergei Mikhaev, Sergei Kutsverchkov, both of Roscosmos, and as aforementioned, NASA astronaut Chris Williams. All 3 of those crew members are awake right now. This is an orbital, this is their wake time. The International Space Station uses GMT as their time zone. It's sort of a branch between Houston and Russia where we monitor the Russian segment. This view of Dragon from the space station, if you look to the right side of your screen, looking pretty small there, but they'll continue to get closer, flying over the North Pacific Ocean, about 260 statute miles above Earth. And of course, as we have discussed, Dragon will be docking to the zenith or space-facing port on the Harmony module, so we will start to lose the views of Earth behind Dragon, and instead Dragon will be seeing Earth behind the space station. And if you've ever been interested, you can indeed see the space station with your own eye. We have a tool that helps you do that as well. It's called Spot the Station. If you just go online to nasa.gov, check out Spot the Station. You can input your location and you'll receive a list of upcoming visibilities at dusk and dawn when the International Space Station is flying over your area. It's a pretty incredible thing to see, knowing that we will soon have 7 people living and working on it. Coming up on just 400 meters away from the International Space Station, again, the next milestone for Dragon will be to reach waypoint 1. Waypoint 1 is sometimes a pause location. However, we are expected to continue straight through to waypoint 2. That can be that is about 20 meters away from the space station. That's the final hold point before the crew gets the go to move in toward the docking hatch. Now, if you are paying attention to the bottom left side of your screen, you can see where the thrusters on Dragon are firing to keep it in its proper location as we continue the slow and steady approach to the International Space Station. You can also see a little map of Earth. As I just mentioned, we're flying over the North Pacific Ocean, both the International Space Station and Dragon, and they are just about to cross south of Portland, Oregon, and down through the southwest of the United States into the Gulf. Teams here in Mission Control Houston are conducting their go, no-go poll to approach waypoint 1. These polls happen at all times of a major dynamic moment during the flight. Again, Flight Director Brandon Lloyd leading the teams here today. This is the Orbit 2 team on console. The International Space Station is staffed 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, as we have crew living on board the space station at all times. This beautiful view coming from the space station of Dragon as they both prepare to cross over the northwest of the United States of America. As you can see, the Dragon capsule has already changed its positioning with the International Space Station. You previously could see the outline of that commercial resupply Dragon docked to the space station, but now we can't. We have moved up, and we will continue to move up toward that zenith or space-facing port on the Harmony module of the International Space Station. And as we mentioned, we do have 3 people living and working aboard the space station. So far today, they have completed their exercise. All crew members are required to exercise approximately 2 hours a day, every day while in space. Obviously, you're not using your bones or muscles as strongly as you would on the Earth during that time. And so these extended periods of exercise allow us to help keep the astronauts' bones strong while they are in a microgravity environment. Aside from their exercise, they've also enjoyed their midday meals. Chris Williams having just wrapped that up about 30 minutes ago, and the Roscosmos cosmonauts conducting some photo and video work inside the International Space Station. Chris Williams, NASA astronaut, will be primed to monitor Dragon's approach and then assist with the hatch opening operations. That includes pressurizing the vestibule, which is that small area between both the International Space Station and the Dragon hatch. Now, once the crew has docked today, we will, and once those hatches are open, we'll have a PAO event. That'll be their welcome ceremony. They'll get to discuss how it feels to be on the International Space Station, so we hope you'll stay tuned for that. After that welcome ceremony, we'll move into the International Space Station safety briefing. That's requiring participation from all crew members. That is the very first thing they do while on the space station. And then our new crew members will also get into some of the brief handover that'll take place tonight with the crew on the space station already. So again, we don't have any crew members coming home in the near future, but these handover types are to help the new crew get up to speed on what's been happening aboard the space station.
Dragon to ground.
SpaceX ready on Dragon to ground.
Yeah, we during the PMC we had a little bit ago. We made a tentative plan to do another PMC as soon as possible after the docking, and we're going to go forward with that plan. So if you just have the surgeon ready for us after we get all docked, we would appreciate that.
SpaceX copies, and yes, we are tracking that and we'll be ready to support.
Thanks a lot. We appreciate it.
And as you heard, the crew called down to the International Space Station Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas. They have requested another PMC. That's a private medical conference. We keep our flight doctors on standby for these during a mission. Of course, this is something that happens frequently aboard the International Space Station and aboard our spacecraft. Is we prepare for private medical conferences. We have those standard, and so the crew is able to request one at any time. We're continuing to monitor Dragon's approach to the International Space Station. Again, expecting that docking in approximately 33 minutes. That would be at about 12:11 p.m. Pacific time, which is where I'm going to toss it back to SpaceX in Hawthorne, California, and my colleagues Jesse and Sandra. How is it going over there?
Thanks so much, Leah. It is going well here in Hawthorne. As you can see on the left of your screen there, that is the mission control team here in Hawthorne. And then thank you for giving us all the updates from there in the room on your right. That is Mission Control Houston. We're continuing to monitor approach. As you mentioned, we are targeting an approximate docking at 12:11 p.m. Pacific time today for Dragon Freedom to the zenith port of the International Space Station. At this point, they are continuing to close in on that docking point. They're now 449 meters away. And once they do dock to the International Space Station, they will join a variety of other spacecraft currently docked. In fact, there are 6 other spacecraft currently docked to the International Space Station. That includes NASA's SpaceX Cargo Resupply Mission 33, the 33rd Cargo Resupply Mission, as well as JAXA, or Japan Aerospace Agency astronauts HTV-X1, Northrop Grumman Cygnus NG-23, Soyuz MS-28, which brought up NASA astronaut Chris Williams in November, who we have been mentioning multiple times is going to be prime for monitoring approach and docking today, as well as 2 Progress cargo spacecraft from Roscosmos, Progress 93 and Progress 92, 92 rather. And once we do regain views of the International Space Station, you'll see those various cargo spacecraft on your screen as they occupy the space station's docking ports. And we have been talking quite a bit about milestones that have been achieved over the past few years and months. It seems like we're hitting a lot of firsts in spaceflight, which is great. One of which that I did want to mention is that back in December, for the very first time ever, all 8 of space station's docking ports were fully occupied. So for the first time ever, we did have 8 spacecraft on orbit.
And although we're not getting any live views, you can still follow along with Dragon. In your bottom left-hand corner, you can see that some of those thrusters are firing. Again, the Dragon spacecraft is autonomous and is using those thrusters to ensure that Dragon is maneuvering slowly and steadily, as Leah mentioned earlier, to the space station. Each one of those little bursts help control the vehicle, orient it in the correct orientation as it's moving towards the locations that it needs to align with the International Space Station's docking adapter. And a view from inside of the Dragon cabin. On your left-hand screen is Commander Jessica Meir, and on your right is pilot Jack Hathaway. Again, as they're monitoring the autonomous vehicle on their display screens. And another view from the Dragon spacecraft looking at the International Space Station. It looks bright here and maybe looks small from this view, but it's actually about the size of a football field, which is pretty large. They've got a lot of space out there in space.
That's right, and the International Space Station and Dragon are actually flying over the continental United States as we speak. They're right overhead of Laredo, Texas, so if you're outside in Laredo and you're watching this, step outside and wave up to our Crew Dragon Freedom crew members as they approach their new home for a long-duration science and research mission aboard the International Space Station. As part of some of the science that the crew will be working on during their expedition, they will be working on an IV fluid bag experiment, seeing if they can take IV fluid from the water processing system on board the International Space Station. And this is really critical as we venture out further into the solar system because, as you can imagine, water is quite heavy to launch, and you'll need IV bags for a variety of medical reasons on long-duration space flights. So So if we're able to create these IV bags in the microgravity of space using recycled water, that's one less thing that we have to bring, and it creates the availability of crew members to utilize those if needed. So I'm excited to see how that science experiment goes, and you can follow along with all the science and research being done on board the International Space Station with our Space Station blog. We put out updates daily on what the crew is up to, the science and research investigations, as well as launch updates and everything to deal with the International Space Station. So check it out if you haven't already. It's a great resource.
Yeah, it's a great reminder that the International Space Station is a laboratory. This is where they perform all these different science experiments, and again, for many different reasons, but ultimately to make life better out in space, but also here on Earth.
So continuing to get an even more clear view of the International Space Station there. You can see the solar arrays as well as the augmented solar arrays, the IROSAs, or the ISS rollout solar arrays. They're the smaller arrays stacked on some of the arrays you see there. And while they're smaller, they actually generate more power than the large arrays due to enhanced technology that has been developed since the time that those initial solar arrays launched.
And again, in your bottom right-hand screen, you have the graphic for the range. Dragon is currently about 413 meters away from the International Space Station. Again, we do have some great views switching between seeing the vantage point of Dragon looking at the International Space Station, as well as views from inside of the cabin as the crew is patiently awaiting their approach to the International Space Station.
And back inside of Dragon Freedom on your left, that is the commander, Jessica Meir. This is her second space flight, and to her right is NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway. This is his first flight to the International Space Station, and he's serving as the pilot today. And then you can't quite see them, but there are two other members on board Dragon. To the left, European Space Agency astronaut Sophie Adano, her very first space flight. And to their right is Roscosmos cosmonaut Andrei Fedyaev. This is his second space flight.
And as you saw, the crew is still suited up in their spacesuits, harnessed into their customized seats for each of the astronauts. And they'll remain in their spacesuits. When we do get closer to the International Space Station, they will close their visors in preparation for docking. And that's just in case of any depressurization during that process. It's just a safety precaution. But if everything goes well, they will dock to the International Space Station, get out of those seats, and get out of their suits and get comfortable before they're able to float their way onto the International Space Station.
And so we did reach waypoint 0, which means that Dragon is 400 meters directly below station. And we are continuing to see views of it now coming from Dragon of the International Space Station, as well as there's a view of Dragon from the International Space Station as it continues its approach, now less than 400 meters away. So the next mile.
SpaceX Dragon, we just want to confirm we expect, and when do we think we're going to get to go for suit docking?
A firm docking at about 2011. Go for suit docking will be immediately following hard capture complete, approximately 10 minutes later.
Okay, that's what we're talking to. Appreciate it.
All right, copy. And
I think that's all of our questions.
Copy. We are back on Dragon to ground.
And just some comms there, the crew asking when they'll be able to doff or get out of their spacesuits. Sounds like it'll be about 10 minutes after hard capture, which is when the 12 hooks that connect with the International Space Station fully engage and create a hard capture between Dragon and the International Space Station.
And so on those tablets that you do see on your screen there, the crew is looking at procedures ahead of the upcoming docking targeted for an approximate time of 12:11 p.m. Pacific time today. And so they're reviewing those procedures as they near that, making sure that everything is fresh in their mind. And in addition to tablets, the crew actually had the opportunity to bring iPhones with them on board the flight for the very first time. So they'll be able to capture some imagery of the Earth, of themselves, of what they're doing as they are living and working aboard the International Space Station. And I'm looking forward to seeing all that they'll be able to capture with a camera in their pocket, just like all of us here on Earth. There are high-definition cameras on board the International Space Station as well that the crew receives training on. As part of their training ahead of their launch, but I think it will be nice to see the imagery that is maybe a little bit quicker just to grab and point and click.
Yeah, I think that's really exciting that they'll be able to almost act like us here on Earth with their personal cameras with them, personal phone, and be able to, capture life on the International Space Station from each of their perspectives. I think that's going to be really awesome to see.
Yes, absolutely. And we did mention the space station blog a little bit earlier. We share photos that the crew captures on orbit there, as well as we have a variety of Flickr accounts where you can check out that, as well as social media. So I do encourage you to follow along. Some of my favorites are to see the aurora of the Earth as the crew is able to capture that, as well as imagery of the moon that they can capture from the unique vantage point of the International Space Station. Particularly exciting for us at NASA as we are targeting the Artemis 2 flight, a 10-day test flight around the moon to test out the Orion spacecraft and its systems ahead of a future lunar landing mission. So it'll be very cool to see that. And then also another exciting data point for this particular flight is we are planning to have a ship-to-ship call between the Orion spacecraft and the International Space Station. So Crew-12 will be able to participate in that ship-to-ship call during their mission.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome for the astronauts to be able to talk to each other at different places while they're in space.
So Dragon is that small white dot that you see on your screen there. And you can also see a little bit of the Canadarm2. That is a robotic arm that can be maneuvered from the ground and can be utilized it's used during spacewalks as well as during cargo spacecraft operations.
And the Dragon spacecraft is just about 313 meters away, making its way to waypoint 2, which should be about 220 meters away from the space station.
And Dragon and Space Station are passing over northwest South America near Ecuador. Just a few minutes ago, we mentioned that it was passing over Texas, so that really just goes to show how quickly Dragon and the International Space Station are flying at 17,500 miles per hour. Doesn't look like they're flying that fast, but they are. The International Space Station orbits the Earth 16 times a day.
And again, it doesn't look like it's doing much from this view, but you can follow the Dragon thrusters in your bottom left-hand corner with that graphic. You can see that the thrusters are firing as needed to maintain the trajectory that it needs to approach the International Space Station. And again, it's getting out of view as Dragon gets closer and closer to the International Space Station, but the top left-hand corner, and there it goes. That was Earth.
SpaceX Dragon with a question.
SpaceX is here on Dragon to ground.
We have one more 30-second question for the doc. If there's time now, we can wait a few minutes.
A firm, standby 1.
And as we continue to look ahead towards docking at approximately 12:11 p.m. Pacific time today, we are going to talk a little bit about the mission patch for Crew-12. Most people are familiar with the idea of a mission patch, but you might not know how they come to exist. For decades, crew members have worked together to develop the patch for their mission, determining which aspects of the mission they want to highlight. So again, you do see Crew-12's mission patch on your screen. For decades, crew members are able to work together to develop the patch for their mission, determining which aspects of the mission they want to highlight and any special details they'd like to include. The crew themselves can design their patch, or they can share their design ideas with an artist who makes it come to life.
Crew-12's patch sets the scene of the crew's odyssey through an enchanted forest where adventure awaits around every corner. The trees with fresh buds emerging manifest both the crew's love and respect for nature and their hope and optimism for the future. Bright stars shine in the sky, lighting a path for each crew member, surrounded by smaller stars embodying their offspring. A mythical dragon breathes fire to fuel the trajectory of Dragon and set this crew on their mission to the International Space Station, invoking the delicate balance and connections between living things and the technology that supports them, and the spirit of partnership between NASA and SpaceX. The flags of the crew members' home nations stand along the curvature of their one home planet, demonstrating the solid foundation and relationships that have supported them throughout their individual and collective journeys. And a great live view from the International Space Station. As you can see, Dragon is much closer, and you can actually see a very, very clear view of that forward bulkhead with the nose cone open, exposing the GNC. That is what is help guiding Dragon as it approaches the International Space Station.
And there are 3 configurations that Dragon can have. Today's configuration is, of course, to dock to the International Space Station, but there's also a configuration where that forward bulkhead is a window, as well as the availability for that to be opened up as part of spacewalks that can occur.
Yeah, it can have the Skywalker setup, which is basically aids, mobility aids during a spacewalk on Dragon. And the cupola, the window, as Sandra mentioned, as Skywalker, are both used for free flyer missions. But since this mission is to the International Space Station, we do need that docking adapter. That's actually where
Dragon SpaceX on the Big Loop, approach 1 and soft capturing extension will begin shortly. Dragon will continue approach to waypoint 2.
Copy.
Great news. Just some comms from the core letting the crew know that they will be able to continue to approach to waypoint 2. And as I was mentioning, with the international docking adapter configuration for Dragon, that's actually where the crew will pass through and enter to the International Space Station. Will be through this forward hatch that we're looking at right now.
That's right, and you did hear some communications there from the ground about the soft capture ring and stepping through procedures ahead of opening up that hatch following docking. NASA astronaut Chris Williams will be primed for those hatch opening operations today. We are less than 10 meters away from waypoint 1 today. We did get the go that the team is comfortable approaching waypoint 2.
Currently, Dragon Freedom and the Crew-12 crew are about 221 meters away from the International Space Station. Waypoint 2, just to give some perspective, is just about 20 meters away from the station. And once we get to waypoint 2, the vehicle, the Dragon spacecraft, will align itself with the docking adapter in preparation for that final approach for docking. Again, expected at 12:11 p.m. Pacific time, just about 12 minutes away.
Station Houston on the Big Loop. Please monitor approach per step 3 of 1.102, Dragon approach and retreat monitoring. Chris, let us know when your review is complete and when you are ready for docking.
Station copies all, picking up step 3, 1.102.
You got it, good read.
And we are through waypoint 1. Before reaching waypoint 1 mission.
Station review is complete, ready for docking.
Houston copies, you are ready for docking.
And again, some good communications, everything looking good for docking, targeted here at approximately 12:11 p.m. Pacific. And
Station Houston on the Big Loop. At waypoint 2, Dragon will briefly pause to align for docking, then automatically resume approach.
Station copies all.
At this point, we have passed through waypoint 0 as well as waypoint 1. Initial contact between Dragon and the International Space Station is expected at about 12:11 p.m. Pacific time or 3:11 p.m. Eastern. And before reaching waypoint 1, mission operators conducted a go, no-go poll to allow Dragon to begin its approach to waypoint 2, which is located inside the keep-out sphere about 20 meters away from the space station.
as mentioned previously, all visiting vehicles take this phased approach to station, stopping at predetermined gates for teams to run quick checks on vehicle performance before approaching station. When it comes to bringing two spacecraft together, slow and steady really does win the race, as docking operations require a great deal of precision to make sure we're keeping the spacecraft and the crew safe.
At the 20-meter distance from station's docking adapter, Dragon's approach will slow, and it will begin to align itself with the adapter to come in for the final approach.
Dragon will first make initial soft contact with the adapter's soft capture ring, which will then retract to bring Dragon in for the hard capture sequence. As a further precaution, Dragon's soft capture system includes a set of rotary spring dampeners to lessen the force of the contact between the spacecraft and the station. So with that, let's check in with Leah Cheshire in Houston for an update on Space Station. Leah?
Thanks, Sandra. Right now, the crew aboard station is preparing for the upcoming docking of Dragon. Again, we're expecting that just a little over 10 minutes from now. So everything is continuing to look good here on the space station side. Flight Director Brandon Lloyd just polled the rest of the room to make sure that we are all go, and Mission Control Houston is. NASA astronaut Chris Williams will be in the station's cupola using special software to track Dragon's approach and make sure it stays in its expected zones. He'll also be primed for the hatch opening procedure operations once Dragon is docked. So during these operations, he'll start by opening the large hatch on the Node 2 Zenith, that's the space-facing port, and give them access into the pressurized mating adapter. The crew will pressurize the vestibule, and that's the small space between the hatches on Dragon and the space station. Of course, this was previously, or currently still, exposed to vacuum prior to docking, so the crew will need to fill that with air and make sure its pressure is almost equal with the atmospheric pressure on Dragon and the space station. Chris Williams will use a small valve on the station's hatch to slowly introduce air into the station's vestibule. Now, flight controllers here in Houston will monitor and verify the pressure readings to make sure everything is leak-free before we get ready to open up those hatches. And this is, again, another slow and steady process, so it can take a couple of hours to complete. We are tracking docking coming up at 2:11 p.m. Central, 12:11 p.m. Pacific. It's followed by hatch opening about 4 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Pacific. So we're going to round that all out with that welcome ceremony I discussed earlier as Crew-12 officially joins the Expedition 74 crew currently aboard the International Space Station. Again, everything is go from here in Mission Control Houston, so sending it back over to Hawthorne for docking.
Dragon, SpaceX.
SpaceX Dragon on the big loop. SpaceX Dragon, please set visors down.
All right, SpaceX copies visors down, and I can confirm soft capture ring extension complete. We are not planning to hold at waypoint 2. We'll go through approach 2 prep.
Copies, no hold at approach 2.
Just another indication that we are getting closer and closer to docking. We did hear that call out that they can put their visors down. This fully seals their suits in preparation for the official docking to the International Space Station. Now we are at 110 meters away from the International Space Station, and waypoint 2 is up next, and that will put Dragon only 20 meters away from the space station. From here, the spacecraft will focus on aligning its docking system with the International Docking Adapter.
Dragon, SpaceX on the big loop. We did copy that the visors are down, looking for confirmation that crew are ready and go for approach 2.
Crew is ready for approach 2.
And with that, we did get confirmation from NASA astronaut and the commander of Dragon Freedom that the crew's visors are down on their spacesuits and that they are go for docking now less than 100 meters away from the International Space Station. Approximate docking time today that we are tracking is 12:11 p.m. Pacific, so just minutes away from now.
They are approaching waypoint 2 now. It should only take a few minutes, 2 or 3 more minutes. You could follow along with the distance. It was moving pretty slow, but now you could see the range there in your bottom right-hand corner, almost at 80 meters away from the International Space Station.
And just prior to docking, you will hear a call out for CHOP, which stands for Crew Hands Off Point. That occurs.
Dragon, SpaceX on the big loop. Ground is go for approach 2, and we'll be enabling approach 2 shortly.
Copy, so.
Again, that call out that you'll hear about 30 seconds before docking, called CHOP, is for the crew hands-off point. So any directions that would need to, any actions rather that would need to be taken would happen manually by the spacecraft autonomously versus manually by the crew. Dragon now closing in on 60 meters away from the International Space Station.
As it gets closer, we get a clearer and clearer view of the Dragon spacecraft. Again, you can still see some of those thrusters are firing with the graphic in your bottom left-hand screen.
And in addition to the nose cone being open, we can see a portion of Dragon's trunk there, and that black portion on the upper left of your screen there is actually the solar arrays on Dragon.
Yeah, we actually use that during flight to help power the vehicle. Once it's on station, though, we'll connect some umbilicals, and we will utilize the power from the space station for Dragon during its stay.
So the next milestone that we are looking ahead towards today is the arrival at waypoint 2, which is when Dragon Freedom is 20 meters away from the International Space Station. As you can see on your screen there, we're now 41 meters away.
Just a couple minutes away from docking. We call docking when the Dragon spacecraft first makes contact with the International Space Station, again expected for 12:11 p.m. Pacific time. And now you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, that is the docking adapter. So you can follow along when we make that soft capture with the hooks in the soft capture, as well as hard capture with there's 12 hooks that will connect with the International Space Station to lock it in. The range is now on your left bottom corner. We are just at waypoint 2, just about 20 meters away from the International Space Station. You can see all those thrusters firing on the Dragon spacecraft to maintain alignment with the docking adapter just right before we approach. They are doing a very short pause here at waypoint 2, holding until the Dragon spacecraft automatically begins the approach for docking.
And you can start to see Dragon be eclipsed by a bit of a shadow here. That is because we are actually passing over the terminator line. And that is when the distinction between night and day occurs as the International Space Station orbits the Earth.
All players, this is Houston on the Big Loop. Dragon is on final approach and is go for docking. Please monitor per steps 5 and 6 in 1.102, Dragon approach and retreat monitoring.
Station copies, monitoring step 5 and 6.
Great news. Great news. We did get that confirmation that we are go for docking.
And that go coming from the Capcom, or going up to the crew rather, that is Capcom Jacob Lesarge. That was up to NASA astronaut Chris Williams, who is in the cupola as we speak, monitoring approach and docking, now nearing in on 16 meters away from the International Space Station. About 30 seconds prior to docking, we might hear the call out, or we will hear the call out for CHOP, which stands for Crew Hands-Off Point. At this point, any aborts will have to be done automatically by Dragon. And the crew on board the space station can also send a retreat command to Dragon if needed. Dragon now 14 meters away from the International Space Station, closing in.
Again, what you can expect after Dragon makes contact with the International Space Station is that 12 hooks will be deployed, 6 at a time. Once those have hard captured, we will attach umbilicals to provide power between Dragon and power and connections between Dragon and the International Space Station.
Meters.
Copy, 10.
Just hearing some call-outs between the crew and the core of the distance between Dragon and the International Space Station, just under 10 meters.
Closing in on 8 meters. We'll stand by for the call out of CHOP. That's that crew hands-off period. Freedom is approaching 5 meters away from the International Space Station.
Copy, 5.
You can now clearly see on your screen the docking adapter on Dragon as it's approaching the International Space Station. A great view from the International Space Station. You can see the short distance between Dragon, just 3 meters away.
Meters.
Copy, 2.
Continuing to close in.
1 meter.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. Dragon contact and soft capture complete.
Dragon copy. Soft capture complete.
And contact confirmed. Dragon made contact with the International Space Station at 12:15 p.m. Pacific time, flying 277 statute miles over South Africa.
And there are still a few steps to complete before Dragon is securely attached to station. We'll complete the soft capture ring retraction. And just a few minutes later, the hard capture sequence will begin. And about 10 minutes after that contact moment.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. Ring retraction in progress.
Copy.
That was just a call out for that soft capture ring retraction, starting that sequence there. Again, about 10 minutes after first contact will be when Dragon hard docking is completed. That's when all 12 of the hooks on Dragon have connected with the International Space Station. And there are 12 hooks, but 6 will begin the process for capture at a time. Again, you can follow that. A little hard to see the graphic in your bottom right-hand screen there, but you can follow along with the hard capture docking sequence there on that graphic. And there, that's a little bit better view of that bottom right-hand corner hard capture graphic there.
And again, if you're just joining us, we did have a docking at 12:15 p.m. Pacific time while the International Space Station was flying over South Africa. Crew-12 did launch on February 13th at 2:15 a.m. Pacific time and is comprised of NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Jack Hathaway, as well as European Space Agency or ESA astronaut Sophie Adeneau and Roscosmos cosmonaut Andrei Fedyaev. And as you can see on your screen there, they are now docked to the Zenith port of the International Space Station. The soft capture system will now begin retracting to bring the spacecraft in closer for a hard capture, which is accomplished by deploying 12 hooks in 2 sets of 6.
And the crew is still seated in their seats all the way through hard capture. Once the vehicle is hard docked to the International Space Station, they can get out of those seats and actually doff their suits and get a little bit more comfortable inside the Dragon spacecraft as they wait for the hatch to open to the International Space Station.
So Dragon's soft capture system will now begin retracting to
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop. Bring retraction complete. Docking sequence holding for MCS reconfiguration.
Dragon copy.
And you did hear that confirmation that the soft capture retreat is complete. Next up will be hard capture, which is accomplished by deploying 12 hooks, 2 sets of 6 hooks to firmly hold Dragon in place. And that process does take about 15 minutes or so. Then once all docking events are successful, flight controllers will configure Dragon for docked operations and connect power and data to the spacecraft. At that point, the crew will be able to get out of their spacesuits and set them up to dry and begin operations to get the hatches open and join the expedition crew on board the space station. That does include pressurizing the vestibule, which NASA astronaut Chris Williams will be primed to do, as well as a round of leak checks. And that does take about 2 hours before the hatches will be open today. Following that, we'll have a welcome ceremony before the crew goes into a safety briefing and begins to get up to speed and adjust to life on the International Space Station following their liftoff from Florida yesterday at 2:15 a.m. Pacific. It's been an approximately 34-hour rendezvous for Crew-12 following their liftoff. They did dock today at 12:15 p.m. Pacific while flying south of South Africa.
Now, as we're waiting for hard capture to complete, you're looking at a view on the left-hand side. That is Mission Control here in Hawthorne, as well as on your right-hand screen, Mission Control Houston at Johnson's Space Center. The teams are still working in tandem together while the crew is still on board Dragon, but once that hatch is open and the crew can make their way onto the International Space Station, Johnson will take it from there.
Station Houston on the big loop. MCS configured. We are proceeding with hook driving.
Station copies.
Great news. That means that the hard capture sequence is now beginning. This takes just a few minutes, about 4 minutes, to complete that hard capture. It'll be 6 hooks at a time for 12 hooks total to complete that hard docking.
And we don't currently have views of Dragon and the International Space Station at this moment due to a handover between satellites, which happens from time to time and is expected. But on the left hand of your screen there, you do see Mission Control here in Hawthorne, California, as well as on the right hand of your screen, Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We still are an integrated operation.
Экипаж МКС ЦУПу Москвы в Канаде.
Again, if you're just joining us, we are live here in Mission Control Houston at Johnson Space Center, where we have been monitoring the arrival and docking of the Crew-12 mission to the International Space Station. Dragon docked to the Node 2 Zenith, or space-facing port, at 2:15 p.m. Central Time today, February 14th. NASA astronaut Chris Williams is pressurizing the vestibule. He is the prime on the station side for these hatch opening operations. This pressurization process takes a little while, can take up to 2 hours before we see that hatch open from the Dragon side and see our new crew members fly through. Two views. On the left side of your screen, you have the Dragon spacecraft docked to the International Space Station, and you just saw the lighting change a little bit. We are preparing to cross over that terminator line, the difference between day and night on the space station. Again, Dragon docking at 2:15 p.m. Central Time. And it's currently flying over the border between North and South Korea, 260 statute miles over Earth. The International Space Station travels 17,500 miles per hour. That's about 5 miles a second, and sees 16 sunrises and sunsets a day. And if you've been watching throughout the broadcast, you've probably noted a few of those. And on the right side of your screen, again, that is the interior of the Node 2 Zenith hatch. That's where Dragon is docked, just on the other side. NASA astronaut Chris Williams is pressurizing the vestibule, the small space between both the Dragon and the space station hatch. We are conducting leak checks as standard procedure. This helps us ensure that the pressure is equal in that space and is not caused by any temperature fluctuations. Once we have confirmation that the vestibule is pressurized, we will get into those hatch opening operations and we'll see our new crew members enter the space station. Now, as we continue with this vestibule pressurization and hatch opening operations, a little bit about the crew who just arrived on Crew-12 aboard SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft. Commander Jessica Meir spent a total of 205 days in space on her first space flight back in 2019. She was also part of the first all-female spacewalks with NASA astronaut Christina Cook. She holds a biology degree from Brown University. Next to her is the pilot, Jack Hathaway. He's making his first flight to space, and he is a Connecticut native. He earned a bachelor's degrees in physics and history from the U.S. Naval Academy. He has more than 2,500 flight hours in 30 types of aircraft, and he's flown 39 combat missions during several military operations. Serving as a Michelin specialist aboard Dragon is Sophie Adeno. She is representing the European Space Agency, also known as ESA. She's a French native and studied engineering and specialized in spacecraft and aircraft flight dynamics during undergraduate work in France and received her master's degree from MIT. This is also her first trip to space. Rounding out this crew is Roscosmos cosmonaut and mission specialist Andrei Fedyaev. As a major in the Russian Air Force, he has logged more than 500 hours in Russian aircraft, and it's his second flight to space. Back in 2023, he launched as a mission specialist as part of Crew-6, where he spent nearly 186 days aboard the International Space Station. Again, Crew-12 launching yesterday at 4:15 a.m. Central Time, making an approximately 34-hour rendezvous to the International Space Station and docking today, February 14th at 2:15 p.m. Central Time. We are in another satellite handover with the International Space Station and the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System. We will expect to regain those video communications, let's see, in about 5 minutes. Again, this view in Mission Control Houston at Johnson Space Center as all flight controllers continue to monitor systems aboard the International Space Station. "45 minutes now since the Crew-12 crew docked to the International Space Station aboard SpaceX's Dragon spacecraft. We are in the vestibule pressurization portion of the timeline. After that vestibule is pressurized, NASA astronaut Chris Williams will open the hatch on the space station side. The crew on the Dragon side will open their hatch, and we will welcome 4 new members to the International Space Station crew. We are celebrating 25 years of continuous presence on the International Space Station. While they are aboard the space station, Crew-12 will participate in more than 200 research and technology demonstrations. These include studies of pneumonia-causing bacteria to improve treatments, on-demand intravenous fluid generation for future space missions, automated plant health monitoring, investigations of plant and nitrogen-fixing microbe interactions that enhances food production in space, and research on how physical characteristics may affect blood flow during flight. The science that Crew-12 will conduct helps to directly advance research and technology for future Moon and Mars missions, but it also benefits humanity back on Earth. In that 25 years of continuous human presence on the space station, over 4,000 research investigations have been conducted. That includes work from over 5,000 researchers in 110 countries. During that time, we've seen 1.5 million pounds of cargo delivered to the space station, and in some of that includes 20,100 packages of food delivered. Those cargo resupply missions also provide those research experiments that the crews work on, as well as fuel for the International Space Station reboosts. On the right side of your screen, NASA astronaut Chris Williams. This is his first space flight. He launched last year on the Soyuz MS-28 rocket. As you can see him in that Node 2 Zenith hatch, he is checking the CTBs, or the cargo transfer bags. These are how items are stored aboard the International Space Station, and if you look closely, you can see they're each numbered, and each bag stores a different variety of items. We do have flight controllers here on the ground that track the location of every single item aboard the International Space Station, so that when a crew needs something, they know exactly where to tell them to look. Again, if you're just joining us, we had Crew-12 dock aboard their SpaceX Dragon spacecraft to the Zenith, or space-facing port on the International Space Station at 2:15 p.m. Central Time today, following an approximately 34-hour rendezvous after their launch yesterday morning at 4:15 a.m. Central Time. We are in the process of pressurizing the vestibule, that space between the Dragon and space station hatch. That was previously exposed to vacuum, so we have to introduce air from the space station side to make sure that the pressure equals out with both of these spacecraft. This process can take up to 2 hours. NASA astronaut Chris Williams is working this on the space station side. And we're standing by as they continue this process. We're expecting hatch opening at approximately 4 p.m. Central Time. We are in another satellite handover from the tracking data and relay satellite systems, and we expect to regain that communication shortly. This is Mission Control Houston and all of the flight controllers monitoring the mission today. The International Space Station and Dragon are currently flying approximately 259 statute miles over the North Pacific Ocean, west off the coast of California. They are in an orbital daytime, and you can see the International Space Station with your naked eye if you just know when to look. So if you look up Spot the Station on nasa.gov, you can type in your location and receive updates whenever the International Space Station will be visible to you at dawn or dusk.
SpaceX Dragon for suit drying.
Go ahead for suit drying.
Just letting you know, we started an hour clock timer about 5 minutes ago.
All right, SpaceX copies on the big loop. Suit dry start time, I see that at about 21:08 UTC.
station, Houston on space to ground 2. Chris on the big loop for the hatch open.
Station's with you on space to ground 2.
Hey, Chris, whenever you're ready, we are ready now for you to execute procedure 2.102. That's Crew Dragon arrival, part 2, step 3, go. We expect equalization to take 4 minutes.
Copy. Executing part 2 and go, and copy 4 minutes.
That call from Capcom, our capsule communicator Brandon Lesarge, here in Mission Control Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, to NASA astronaut Chris Williams, living and working aboard the International Space Station. Williams is prime for the hatch operation procedures today, and Lesarge calling up that the vestibule leak check is complete.
Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground. Can you confirm which suit you had the observation on the glove on?
Seat 4.
Copy.
And that call from the Corps in Hawthorne, the crew operations resource engineer, to the crew aboard Dragon, asking about a glove that the crew called down about earlier during suit leak checks.
Houston on the big loop. Wanted to pass you some big picture words on status. The vestibule leak check inside of station was good. The Node 2 Zenith hatch is open, and Chris is currently working on the rest of the procedure to open the APAS hatch.
Dragon copies. Chris is working on the APAS hatch. SpaceX Dragon on the big loop.
SpaceX on the big loop.
I'm looking at 4.400 as we're also finishing 4.012. I'm wondering if we can defer some of the actions due to time and the PAO event. What recommendation you have, like for example, the consolidation of all the water and food trash into large outer bags. Would you recommend skipping any of those steps for now?
SpaceX copies. At this time, we do recommend trying to complete all actions in 4.400, which we may be able to accomplish before we're able to step into hatch opening. So I would like to prioritize trying to accomplish sections 2 and 3 if possible.
Okay, we'll do that.
A lot of communications going to and from the International Space Station as well as to and from Dragon. The crew inside Dragon are working through procedures to stow everything and begin that egress or exit from their capsule and ingress or enter the International Space Station, which will be their new home for the next several months. We did hear that we have a good vestibule pressure leak check. So we continue to step through these procedures smoothly before we open up the hatches. We are in a satellite handover with the Tracking Data Relay Satellite Systems. This is Mission Control Houston at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where all the team members continue to monitor the arrival of Dragon and now these hatch opening operations. And if you're just joining us, it's been a little over an hour now since Crew-12 docked to the International Space Station. Again, that docking.
With a question.
SpaceX is up on the big loop.
I'm just wondering, for that trash consolidation, is there another set of utensils in the downhill stuff? Are those utensils considered trash?
All right, SpaceX copies. There should be another set, but stand by one while I just confirm for you before I give you an affirmative.
Okay, we copy.
Now a view from both sides of the spacecraft that we are monitoring today. On the left, you have Dragon docked to the zenith or space-facing port of Node 2 on the International Space Station. On the right, you can see into that Node 2 hatch. Chris Williams, NASA astronaut on his first mission, has been pressurizing the vestibule, that space between the Dragon and Space Station hatch. We recently received word that they had a good leak check and that pressure is equal to the International Space Station. The crew aboard Dragon is working through some of their procedures, like configuring the cabin and collecting trash before they begin their journey into the International Space Station. That's timelined to happen at about 4 p.m. Central Time.
SpaceX Dragon, ready for the inventory.
SpaceX is ready to copy inventory, and I am still looking to confirm for the original question, which I will follow up on for utensils. But at this time, ready for inventory.
Sure. So for the inventory, water, bag number 2010, bag number 202, 0, bag number 203, 0, and bag number 204, 1.
Copy for 201 through 203, all 0, and 204 is 1.
Yes, that's correct. And for food, bag number 301, 302, 301, 302, 0.
All right, SpaceX copies. 301, 302 are both 0 for food.
Affirm, and for food again, 304, 303, 1.
Copy 1 for 304 and 303.
That's good words. And for waste, 17 uses of urine collection.
SpaceX copies 17 for the waste system. For the water, does this include, we will be using 1 water bottle in section 3 of 4.400. So want to confirm if your previous inventory accounts for that, or if you will use that bottle that's remaining in 204 for the waste system flush.
That's a very good point. We will use the remaining of 204, and so all of the 4 bags, 201 through 204, will be remaining 0 after the procedure.
All right, core copies. We'll have 0 remaining for bags 201 through 204. And I can confirm that we do have additional utensils for the downhill in bags 306 and 308. So again, for utensils, we have utensils for the downhill, so you should be able to dispose of utensils from the uphill.
Copy.
Those voices were ESA astronaut Sophie Adeno and the SpaceX core in Hawthorne, California. Adeno was reporting all of the inventory that they used aboard Dragon during their 34-orbit rendezvous to the International Space Station. As previously mentioned, everything aboard the space station is meticulously tracked, and the same is true for Dragon. This view in the center of your screen is NASA astronaut Chris Williams working through the hatch opening process. First up on the list was vestibule pressurization, introducing air from the space station side into that small space between both the SpaceX Dragon and International Space Station hatch. That has been confirmed complete after good leak checks. Again, we had docking today at 2:15 p.m. Central, and we are expecting hatch opening at about 4 p.m. Central.
Dragon, this is Houston on the Big Loop. Wanted to let you know to stand by for hardline audio config. What this means is there will be about 2 to 3 minutes of audio outage while we make the configuration swap. Do you have any questions?
Dragon copies, we're standing by.
As you heard that call to the crew from Houston Mission Control to the crew aboard Dragon, we have been using the C2V2 Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles link. It's an audio loop. Also, we call it the Big Loop, that allows us to talk to all of the crew members in space aboard the orbiting International Space Station, as well as aboard the SpaceX Dragon, with Mission Control Houston and Mission Control in Hawthorne, all on the same loop. Once Dragon arrives to the space station, we reconfigure that loop so that we all have individual again.
Copy that, Chris. At the moment, we want to recommend just hanging tight for a little bit longer. Otherwise, it might take some force by using your feet on the side and that sort of thing. But recommend stand by another few minutes.
Copy all. I'll stand by another few minutes, and then I can really give it some force.
Copy. And naturally, our inclination is to want to check to make sure that the APAS or the valve there is still open too.
Affirm. Valve is open and the rollers are retracted.
We copy. Thank you.
Communications between Jacob Lesarge, the Capcom here in Mission Control Houston, and NASA astronaut Chris Williams, you see on your screen, on the International Space Station with the vestibule pressurized. We are letting that level out before he attempts to open the APAS hatch. That helps make it a little bit easier to open that hatch. Requires a little less effort once that has leveled out with the pressure aboard the space station.
Dragon Houston on the Big Loop. Com check. Hardline audio reconfig is complete.
We've got you loud and clear on hardline.
We have you same. Sounds good.
NASA astronaut Chris Williams has opened the APAS hatch. That exposes the vestibule that he was previously pressurizing, and through that vestibule, is the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft with the awaiting 4 Crew-12 crew members.
Is with you on the Big Loop.
Again, they're docking coming at 2:15 p.m. Central today.
We've got all of it out and just temp stowed right now. Is this coming into station with us now, or just leaving it temp stowed? Is that the plan?
Negative. I believe we will have something scheduled on the crew timeline for a waste transfer later, not immediately at hatch open.
Okay, so that trash that we have in large outer bags should just kind of be temp stowed on Velcro, hanging out in the capsule for now?
Affirm for now. We're not gonna transfer any waste yet.
Okay, we copy, and just an FYI, we'll have to give you a slight update for water consumption and toilet flush count in a few minutes after we all finish with those laps.
Copy that. Yes, I was tracking that in section 3 for that updated count. And then I have a follow-up on the photos for the suit glove. When ready to copy?
Ready to copy.
All right. If it is possible and they are accessible, it is allowed to airdrop the photos from the tablet to the SpaceX iPhones, which are in Dragon. We do have an app there where we can downlink media. However, if that is hard to get to right now, I'm going to say let's not do that at the moment, and we can look at another opportunity to downlink the photos later on after we have you guys in ISS, and we can get that scheduled.
Copy, and if you want, we can even turn on a SpaceX phone and take the pictures directly with the SpaceX phone.
Yeah, affirm. If that's easy to do right now, let's go ahead and take those photos with the phone, and then we'll look for a future opportunity to get those downlinked to us.
Sure, that's easy to do. We'll do it right now.
All right, thank you.
Houston, station on space to ground 1. APAS hatch is open and no condensation observed.
Copy, Chris. We understand the APAS hatch is open and understand you're not seeing any condensation. Just for awareness for future calls, we're going to push you to the big loop, if that's okay.
Copy that. Yep, switching to 2.
You got it.
That's NASA astronaut Chris Williams communicating with the Capcom here in Mission Control Houston, discussing the APAS hatch, and that is the hatch you see he just opened. One of the portions of their checklist is to check for any condensation on the hatch. Williams reported there was none, and so they are continuing to step through those procedures. You also heard some communications with the crew aboard Dragon and the core in Hawthorne, California. They are continuing to work through stowing the items they have been using in Dragon and preparing to open the hatch. Williams has just removed the docking target that's on the APAS hatch. This is what is used aboard a Dragon spacecraft when preparing to dock to the International Space Station.
Dragon SpaceX, over hardline. S-band will be deactivated shortly. Dragon to ground will no longer be available. Verify push-to-talk destinations are all set to ISS.
Dragon copies.
NASA astronaut Chris Williams stepping through the hatch opening procedures. He is installing the APAS hatch cover, having recently removed that docking target. Once this cover installation is complete, we will see Williams route some ducting through the hatch. That ducting will allow for hatch equalization and keep the atmosphere in the International Space Station side flowing through toward Dragon.
Houston, SpaceX. This is the space station on the Big Loop. We're complete through 4.9 of 2.102. Station is ready for Dragon hatch equalization.
Chris, Houston on the Big Loop. Dragon is still working on hatch equalization procedures. Expect another maybe 10 minutes until we're ready for equalization.
Station copies all. We're standing by.
As you can see, NASA astronaut Chris Williams has completed installing the ducts previously mentioned. These are intermodule ventilation ducts and help to perform that hatch equalization that was discussed. We expect that to start in about 10 minutes as the Dragon crew continues configuring their cabin. An hour and a half now since Crew-12 docked to the International Space Station at 2:15 p.m. Central Time. We are timelined to see hatch opening in around 4 p.m. Central. The International Space Station and Dragon are currently flying about 267 statute miles over the South Atlantic Ocean and just entering an orbital nighttime. This is Mission Control Houston. A view on your screen now of Sergei Mikhaev aboard the International Space Station, one of the two Sergeys living on the space station, joined by NASA astronaut Chris Williams. Williams has been working to configure hatch operations as we prepare to welcome Crew-12 aboard the orbiting laboratory. The crew aboard Dragon is still working through their checklist to ensure they're ready to enter the International Space Station, which will be their home for the next several months. This is Mission Control Houston, continuing to monitor the arrival of Crew-12 to the International Space Station, which will increase the number of people living and working on the orbiting laboratory from 3 to 7. That docking occurred today at 2:15 p.m. Central Time, following an on-time launch yesterday morning at 4:15 a.m. Central Time. That's an approximately 34-hour rendezvous where Dragon was making its way to the International Space Station. Everything moving very smoothly for that on-time docking today. The crew aboard Dragon is continuing to step through their procedures as the International Space Station side is ready to begin opening the hatches once that's complete. We'll also hear a few words from the crew members during a welcoming ceremony shortly after they've arrived on board, so we hope you will stay tuned. We are currently in a satellite handover here in Mission Control Houston. We use the Tracking and Data Relay satellite system to communicate with the International Space Station. We continuously monitor when these handovers will take place, and we look forward to regaining communications with the space station shortly.
Dragon for inventory.
SpaceX is ready to copy updated inventory.
We've got the waste system rinse running right now, so that'll be an additional 3 flushes, and there's no water remaining from location 11 and 12.
All right, SpaceX copies. Additional 3, so that puts what I count up to 20 uses for the system, and that puts us down to 0 remaining in bag 204. So zeros across the board for the waters.
Affirm.
And Dragon SpaceX for additional follow-up. Looking to get in sync with where you are in 4.400. Are we complete through section 2 with section 3 now in progress for the waste system flush, or are we complete up until the waste system flush, which is in progress now?
We are complete all the way through 3.2. 3.2 is in process right now.
All right, SpaceX copies. For awareness, when you do step into Section 4, so when you've completed all remaining actions in Section 3, we have already gotten the call in 4.1. So we'll just be looking for your readiness for hatch equalization when you get into Section 4. How copy?
Okay, we copy. Looking for our call in Section 4.
All right, SpaceX copies. Thank you. Yeah, that's the contact SpaceX instruction in 4.1.
Okay, we copy. We have the go in 4.1, and we still have the suit drying timer going as well, but I assume that we can continue into step 4, 4.400, even though we haven't closed out 4.012.
Affirm. We'll go ahead and start stepping through Section 4 while the suits continue to dry.
I can copy.
A lot of communication between the core in Hawthorne, California at SpaceX headquarters and SpaceX Mission Control with the crew aboard Dragon as they prepare to open the hatch and join the crew aboard the International Space Station. Just confirmed that they have doffed their suits and are drying those. They've had an opportunity to change before they enter the space station. In this view, you see Sergei Mikhaev and Sergei Kutsverchkov, both of Roscosmos, and at the bottom of the screen, NASA's Chris Williams, who has been prime for bringing the Crew-12 crew into the International Space Station today. These 3 have been living and working aboard the space station since their launch on Soyuz MS-28 last year, and they have been the only 3 on the station since Crew-11's departure last month. The time zone used aboard the International Space Station is GMT, and it is just past the 10 o'clock hour at this time.
SpaceX Dragon.
SpaceX is ready to copy.
With you in 4.1.
All right, SpaceX copies. The ISS crew has reported that they are ready for Dragon hatch equalization. Can you confirm that Dragon is ready for hatch equalization?
Affirm, we are ready.
SpaceX copies. We are taking that action now.
Station and Dragon, stand by for equalization. It is expected to take 4 minutes.
We heard those communications from the Corps in Hawthorne to the crew aboard Dragon, that is Crew-12. Confirmation that they are ready to begin hatch opening operations. Again, this view of Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Kudzverchkov on the left, NASA's Chris Williams in the middle, and Sergei Mikhaev on the right. That's the current crew of Expedition 74 that are being joined by Crew-12 and bring the total of people living and working on the space station up to 7. As you can see, it appears that they are looking up. That's the direction toward the Node 2 Zenith, or space-facing port. Node 2 Zenith is where Crew-12 docked today, and that coming almost 2 hours ago, 2:15 p.m. Central Time.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop.
Go ahead.
I'm looking for your go that I can remove the current video director override phase that's had been set to exterior only, if I can bring it back in on board.
Affirm, you've got our go.
As you can see, these three are pretty clearly excited to document their new crew members joining them. Already getting some waves through that docking hatch window before the hatch is actually opened.
Dragon SpaceX, we are back on board with cameras.
Hello.
Currently, the teams are allowing some time for the pressure in the Dragon cabin to equal out with the pressure that's currently in the vestibule. Once those are equaled out, we will see them open that hatch and join Expedition 74. And on the left side of your screen, the inside of the Dragon spacecraft, where Crew-12 is preparing to exit and join the other Expedition 74 crew members on the space station side. As you can see, they've had time to get out of their suits and start to dry those out. This is what they do after having worn them on the ride uphill. They've also been working inside the cabin to make sure everything is properly stowed for their long-duration mission on the space station. The view from inside Dragon now showing you the view from the pilot and commander seats. Of course, they are no longer in those spacesuits, but you can see Sophie Adano and Andrei Fedyaev down towards the lower portion of Dragon. And another view of those screens. Those are the screens that the crew uses to monitor during the flight to the space station.
Dragon, SpaceX on the big loop for hatch open. You are go for hatch opening per the decal, followed by the remaining actions in procedure 4.400. After 4.400 is complete, transition to NASA procedure 2.102.
Okay, we copy that. We're go for 4.4. We'll finish out step 4 and go into 2.102. And can you confirm we should complete all those steps? Is that going to be before the PAO event, or will we do the PAO event and come back to do that?
SpaceX copies, good question. We're going to complete the 2.102 steps prior to the PAO.
Copy.
And on the left side of your screen, you see the crew members beginning to open the Dragon hatch. And on the right side of your screen, you see 3 excited crew members ready to welcome them. Dragon hatch is open at 4:14 p.m. Central Time.
SpaceX Dragon, the hatch is open.
SpaceX copies, we see hatch open. Welcome to ISS.
As you heard the crew discussing with the Corps in California, they are checking.
We're so excited to be here.
They will continue to step through some procedures before we get into the welcoming ceremony.
Houston, Dragon.
Dragon, Houston's with you on 2. Go ahead.
IMV duct installation is complete. We're go for IMV fan activation.
Houston copies. Understand we are go for IMV fan activation.
As you heard Jessica Meir report that the duct installation is complete, we previously saw Chris Williams routing this to Dragon. This allows for IMV, or intermodule ventilation.
And Houston Dragon, we're looking for your go in 6.3.
Hey, Jessica. Houston's with you on 2. You have our go in step 6.3 for location 23.
This is Mission Control Houston. The hatch on the Dragon side of the Dragon being docked to the International Space Station was opened at 4:14 p.m. Central Time. Coming almost 2 hours after docking at 2:15 p.m. Central Time. The crew continues to step through procedures inside Dragon before floating through the hatch and into the International Space Station.
SpaceX Dragon, Lyo cartridge is sealed and installed.
All right, SpaceX copies for Lyo cartridge sealed. Good news.
station. Houston on 1 for Chris and PAO event.
With you on 1.
Hey Chris, let us know. But we were just talking, and if you guys need a few extra minutes prior to starting the PAO event from the nominally scheduled time, just let us know.
Copy, Wilco. We're all good here. We'll see how the Dragon crew is getting along, and I'll let you know.
Sounds good. Just for your awareness, it's no problem if we need to delay a little bit.
Yeah, thanks for that.
The PAO event, you hear NASA astronaut Chris Williams discussing with Jacob Lesarge, the Capcom here in Mission Control Houston, is the welcoming ceremony. So we hope that you'll all stay tuned to hear words from the Crew-12 crew members as they join Expedition 74 aboard the International Space Station. We are in a satellite handover with the tracking and data relay satellite system from the International Space Station Flight Control Room and the space station. We expect to regain those communications with the space station very shortly. As we have discussed, Crew-12 arrived at the station docking at 2:15 p.m. Central Time today. Hatch opening of Dragon occurred just moments ago at 4:14 p.m. Central Time. The Dragon crew has not yet entered the International Space Station. They are continuing some procedures inside the spacecraft as they prepare to be docked for an extended period of time and complete their mission on the space station. Once the crew floats through the hatch, they will be joining 3 members of Expedition 74. It's NASA's Chris Williams and Roscosmos' Sergei Mikhailov and Sergei Kutsverchkov. That'll bring the total crew on the International Space Station up to 7. Following their entrance of the International Space Station, we will also have an opportunity for them to provide some welcome remarks, some thoughts on their flight, and what they're excited for now that they are on the orbiting laboratory. Obviously, you can see we've regained those communications, views, and audio from the space station and from Dragon. On the left side of your screen, you can see the Dragon crew continuing to work through their procedures before they enter the space station. They are not in their suits. They took those off shortly after docking. This allows them time for the suits to dry out. They won't wear these again until they prepare to board Dragon and complete their journey on the space station by coming back to Earth. Again, this is a long-duration mission, approximately 8 months long, that they'll be living and working on the orbiting laboratory. Currently most visible in Dragon.
Configuration is complete.
SpaceX copies. That's complete through Part C of docking procedure.
And SpaceX Dragon, we will proceed into ISS and come back to finish the last step of the suit stuff. That works for you guys?
SpaceX copies. No concerns. We'll track the last step open for 4.012, and we can follow that up on that later.
Stay firm. Thank you, guys. It was a wonderful ride.
It was our pleasure, Jessica. Have a good stay there, Crew-12.
We are standing by for Crew-12 to enter the International Space Station. First through the hatch is ESA astronaut Sophie Adeno on her first trip to space. Adno is followed by another first-time flyer, NASA astronaut Jack Hathaway. Roscosmos Andrei Fedyaev is next to join the Expedition 74 crew on the space station, and NASA astronaut Jessica Meir makes her return to the space station as well. We have lots of hugs in microgravity as the International Space Station is back up to 7 crew members.
Houston, station on 1 for the PAO event.
Station, Houston is with you on 1. Go ahead.
Yeah, we are ready to get configured for that and just knock that out if it's good for you guys. Just give us 2 seconds to get the mic up and we'll do a quick voice check.
Houston copies. We'll plan for an on-time start. I'll make a call in about 60 seconds if you're good with that. And
works for us.
Cool. Just for your awareness, I'll be coming up on Space Ground 2.
There's Crew-12. Now all 4 members of Expedition 74 aboard the International Space Station.
Expedition 74, this is Houston. Would you please give us a voice check? Currently, we're not hearing anything through the mic.
Check 111.
Okay, Houston copies. That's a good voice check. Standby 1. Station, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston Station on 1, and we're ready to say welcome to Crew-12. today, and we are happy they all arrived safe and sound. And we've been waiting for this moment for a very long time. So we're really happy and proud to work as a team here. So let me pass the mic to Jessica.
Thank you so much. It is so wonderful to be back up here for me and Andre, but really we're so excited for Jack and for Sophie for their first trip here to the International Space Station. I think you look around the crew up here and it's really a testament to everything that we do. We have so many countries represented, so many backgrounds, so many disciplines, and we are so excited to be here and to get to work with Expedition 74. Sending big hugs and love to Svea and all my family and friends. We did it. We're here. We love you. Over to Jack.
Thanks, Jessica. I don't even know how to describe what it's like to be up here. You just float in, and it's just such a cool experience. It's been a great trip with my great Crew-12 friends. I'm so excited to join Expedition 74, see my classmate again. Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm going to pass over to Sophie.
Thank you, Jack. Yeah, well, I would say that was quite a ride, but very fun. It was also great to have the help of Jessica and Andre, two experienced. They are very generous in sharing all of the advice for us, so very grateful for them. The first time we looked at the Earth was, wow, mind-blowing. The Earth is so beautiful from up there. And literally, we see no lines, no borders. And it was, yeah, a very big moment for us, Jack and me, to see that for the first time. So we're happy to share it with you in the future events. Over to Andre.
Я скажу по-русски. Всем большой-большой привет. Очень рад, на самом деле, быть здесь опять, чувствовать этот ни с чем запах, запах МКС, который ни с чем невозможно перепутать. Большое спасибо команде SpaceX. Большое спасибо всем тем, кто провожал наш экипаж в Хьюстоне, потом в центре Кеннеди. Отдельное спасибо всем тем, кто занимался моей семьей и именно провожал меня. Family support, Kelly, thank you so much. I know this very hard job for you, but you do it very well and excellent. So thank you so much for my mom, for my wife, for my kids. Сергей Прокопьев, тебе тоже большое, огромное спасибо отдельное за мою маму, да, за то, что ты с ней очень много времени провел. Большое спасибо, искренне тебе. И также ребята, кто меня провожал, тоже вам большой привет. Саша, Татьяна, увидимся через какое-то время. Ну, а команда большая, та большая команда, которая занимается... работает с Международной космической станцией. Все те люди, которые обеспечивают ее работу, помогают нам выполнять здесь различные задачи. Вам большой привет. Ну, будем работать. У нас впереди целых 2 экспедиции получается. Who is next?
You have some words?
Thank you to all the teams all around the world. We are so excited to be here. And let's get rolling with Expedition 74.
Thank you to all participants in Expedition 74. We are now resuming operational audio communications.
Enjoy it. But not too fast.
Don't rush.
I wanted to see if I still had it. Yeah.
That's
I'm back
good.
for my first go back.
Yeah. You know, I had...
Seven smiling faces aboard the International Space Station now that we have all of our crew members aboard. Again, some really happy words from our newest members, that is Crew-12, that arrived at the space station at 2:15 p.m. Central Time. Hatches between Dragon and the space station opening at 4:14 p.m. Central Time. Thank you for joining us today for Crew-12's arrival to the space station. After launching at 5:15 a.m. Eastern yesterday morning, Friday the 13th, the space station got a sweet Valentine today with their docking at 2:15 p.m. Central. This crew will work on integrating into daily life aboard the orbiting lab, which has additional operations coming up. Those include the departure of SpaceX's 33rd commercial resupply mission, followed by departure of JAXA's HTV-X as well. Later this spring, we'll see a couple of spacewalks, so check nasa.gov for the latest updates. Of course, we're also gearing up for the Artemis II launch to send humans around the moon, with March as the earliest potential launch window. It's obviously an exciting time for NASA. We really hope you follow along. Happy Valentine's Day, and this is Mission Control Houston.